Hello, everyone. Welcome to Lord Pog Gaming, and I'm your humble host, Lord Pog. But tonight, I'm your humble DM, Lord Pog. Normally, I review videos on this channel for game reviews, as it were. But I do have this series called Adventures in Loxos, which is a podcast of my D&D sessions with my group known as Them Old School Gamers. Tonight is a special episode because normally I just have static imagery on the screen, but I'm actually going to present you with some original artwork of mine using AI artwork. I hope you all like it, and it will begin when I begin with the character intros. You're actually for the first time going to get to see an idea of what each character looks like. So again, I hope you enjoy it, and welcome to Adventures in Loxos. Stay golden. All right, we are live, or we're recording now. So yeah, welcome again to another exciting adventure of Adventures in Loxos. I meant to say another exciting episode, and I said another exciting adventure. So yeah, I am never good at these.
Start over.
I never. Oh, crap. Dang it! Stop the whole. Yeah, we're starting over, guys. Yeah. So we were gone for 2 weeks. I had to go look at houses, and then the next week, the Super Bowl. So that's why we've been gone for so long. But we're back now. So let's just get into it, guys. Let's get going. Starting at the top with the introductions, we have AGTX the Dragons. You know what? It occurred to me, dragons. When I introduce you, Quill, it is a pretty basic introduction, and I feel like people. I feel like people have just gotten to know his story by proxy, but we never really explain the fact that you're a slayer. We always say you're a human slayer, which is a custom class / dragon shaman, but we never really explain where the dragon shaman came from. And and every once in a while I'll mention something during during the session. I'll mention something about the dragon stirs and stuff, but we've never really explained what that all means. And really what it means for you, Quill, you golden wonders out there listening right now, is that you, Quill, actually has the spirit of a dead dragon god living inside his psyche. They're like one, they're Uquill is what they call a totem, and he took that role basically within the first year we started playing, and we're we're pretty much close to 9 years deep into this campaign, and we're just now getting to a point where he's meeting dragon-like people who are recognizing that in him. So I feel like we've slow rolled that story pretty consistently. It's just been something that's been building, and yeah.
He's using this weed.
Yeah. I wanted it the very next day. He was ready for it to happen the very next day. But that's partially why this campaign has taken so long. It's because I have this bad habit of really drawing out concepts for years. Just kind of dropping little crumbs here and there. But yeah, so that's Uquill's character though, and I feel like we've never really explained that Uquill is a human slayer, which is a custom class / dragon shaman / totem of the dragon god Fenrir. So yeah, and he's the resident tank, and he is the main character when things need to be killed. When things don't need to be killed, Android usually says that's him. So That's Android's usually the one who says he's the main character then. So that's what we're looking at there, folks.
When we gotta talk to people.
Yeah, when we gotta talk to people. We gotta talk to people.
Yeah, I don't know Chavo. Uquil's a great diplomat.
No, that is one thing that Uquil does not excel at.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. As a way to make diplomatic, that is a way.
Even very good at talking.
Wow. That's the funny thing about Uquil though, is like he didn't start off that way. Like I remember when his character first started going, I remember like the first companion interest that he actually ran into, that was Honey. And I still remember the way he approached her. He gave the description. I didn't even give the description. I said, "What do you do?" And he says, I look at her, kind of doing the macho guy thing, and then I start walking towards her, and I do one of those like moves where like you're trying to walk like you're cool, and then you kind of trip, and you're like, "Oh crap!" and you look embarrassed, and that's what Uquil does. And then he just looks, and he's like, "Ah, dang it!" and and then he just kind of rushed over to her. So even that has been a character, like that has been a progression over time as well. Like
he was also like a chronic drunk, so like he wasn't the smoothest person that's ever.
Yeah, exactly.
It was more caveman.
Yeah, he has come a long way. There has been a progression there for him, But
he's got two ways. He either sleeps with them or he yells at them. That's his diplomatic process. And not all things can be
where you behead them?
No. I usually yell at them and then the beheading happens. When they don't respond well to the yelling.
He's talking about I think we should clarify that. He's not talking about the women, the companions. He doesn't yell at them and then behead them if he can't sleep with them. He means like he's talking about like he either tries to. I don't know. There are two kinds of like diplomacy tactics. If he's yelling at you and beheading you, that means you're an antagonist. If he's trying to
he goes full scorpion.
Yeah,
bring
exactly.
That ass here,
like
girl.
He's not. Yeah. Anyways, this was an obvious mistake. Moving along, we have.
We feel in the introduction feel like you don't get to know the characters, and I'm already getting to know the characters. Now you're being all the bitch,
and now you're backtracking.
Fucking female of the group right here.
Yes, thank you for sufficiently punishing me for it. Yes.
Be a female. Make it my fault now. Bravo. Concede, your throne has been taken. Pog has taken it from
you. Hey, look, I didn't blame you for nothing. I wholeheartedly take credit for not realizing that, I was giving you way too much screen time. I 100%.
See, again.
Oh no, that's not my fault.
I don't even need to be married. I just need Pog in my life.
You being you is not my fault. I'm not making that your fault. That's not me making that your fault. Moving along though, we have Icy Hot _2305. And he will be playing Zoltan Heisenberg. Now, Zoltan, we have pretty much explained his whole shtick during these beginnings, time and time again. He is half drow, half human, deep druid. Excuse me, deep druid. Yeah, and that's not your mama's druid. He doesn't get his abilities from the natural world of topside, like fields or forests or blue skies and rainbows and sunny beams from heaven. No, he gets them from the deep places. Henceforth, deep druid. The caves, the mountains, the underground. The cockles. The cockles.
We're all waiting.
Yeah.
There it is.
Something though.
You made it funny.
Something though.
Mhm.
Hey, hush.
Hey.
No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, no, something new though, a development for Zoltan here recently is the fact that he's beginning to understand that perhaps he's been messing with things that he didn't realize were a lot more volatile than he originally perceived. Since he's discovered that the hourglass that was embedded in his chest is called the time frame, and that it's actually a pretty powerful relic that he's kind of been just using willy-nilly, and he didn't realize just how willy-nilly he'd been using it until he messed around and found out. So yeah, that's Zoltan. Speaking of throwing things into throwing the story and the plot and everything into a tailspin, and that nobody saw coming, not even myself. We have Agaragis.
You're welcome.
The myconid pion mender, and then a myconid is a 4 to 5 foot tall little mushroom folk, humanoid mushroom. Agaragis is a homebrew type of myconid. We call him a pion mender, which is just a little buff and heal machine. But they're also, in myconid society, they're known as an androgyne, meaning that they have no orientation. They're, in the plant world, they are what is called asexual. They are neither male nor female. So, yeah, that's Agaragis. And Agaragis revealed last episode. Well, yeah, I guess it was 2 episodes ago. Yeah, 2 episodes ago that they've been with the party this entire time because they have been plotting on stealing Zoltan's time frame. And that's exactly what they did. The second they had a chance to do it, they yanked it right out of Zoltan's chest and stole it. And now the party is split again. We have Uquil and Agaragis trying to survive the underworld, while the rest of the group is carrying out business as usual, which means that they're killing the elemental plane. Elemental planes, they're actually killing the material plane. The elemental planes are fine, but yeah, it's just business as usual, folks. We have Tempest Inferno, who is playing Otis Hirokin, the halfling cleric / favored soul / champion of Obot High. And we always talk about in these introductions how Otis, the player, Tempest, was one of the original 5 of the group. And that was years ago, long before we started recording. And that was year 1, if you will. And then he had to leave for a while. Life got in the way. He had to leave, and now he's back. But something we don't really ever explain about Otis is the fact that when I say he's the champion of Obot High, his god, Obot High, he is the god of nature. A lot of you listeners out there, a lot of you Golden Wonders, may be up to date on D&D and know your terminology. And if you do, you know Obot High is a nature god. He's a god of the forest. Typically, in his original description, he's kind of considered completely neutral, sort of uncaring type of guy. This Obot High is a little different. He's been kind of shifted into being he's still a nature god, but I also call him the god of life. He cares about life and everything because he doesn't just view the forests and plants as life, but he views the living things too, animals and people in the different races. So that's important to him. And normally he's the type to only appoint druids to represent him. Otis is special in the sense where Obad High really only has one cleric in his service, and that is Otis Hirokin, and he's the champion.
You heard it here.
So that's important to note too, because that's not really a plot line I don't see that coming up a lot, and I feel like there's a lot of backstory there that, you know, should be explained and told as to why Otis is so important. You know, he was a promise made to Obad High. The halflings are not an indigenous people, an indigenous race to the continent that they're on. They were refugees, and nobody wanted to take them in because they're halflings. Basically, it's like trying to be a kindergarten teacher, you know? Like, it's just not an easy job to deal with. But Obad High took them in on the condition that they give him one of their progeny for him to sort of raise and train in his ways. And Otis is that chosen one, if you will. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy in a sense. And last but not least, we have Android, who will be playing Android Frizen, Lord Android Frizen. He's a half human, half wood elf. And he is a bard / paladin / saint of Corellon Lorethian. And I feel like we don't, and I always talk about the paladin being like a prestige class because we took it from the 3.5 book Unearthed Arcana, which gives you a template on how to make the paladin a prestige class. It makes them all killer, no filler. But something we don't really talk about is that saint of Corellon Lorethian and the fact that he's a lord. Android was an orphan raised by a trope of performers, henceforth why he's a bard. He would later find out in life that his father and mother were these high-ranking nobles, and that's a whole thing, and I'm not going to go too deeply into that because that is still going to come up. There are still aspects about that are going to come up, but he did find out that his
own godfather.
Yeah, Android did go into the past and save himself and that still may come up too. So I'm not gonna delve too deeply into that, but something that, you know, and the fact that he's a saint of Corellon Lorethian, that's, you know, in a lot of what Android does and says really shows that he's a heavy worshiper of Corellon Lorethian. And again, you Golden Wonders out there are probably pretty could be up to date on who Corellon Lorethian is. He's one of the gods of the elves. Something that in this campaign that we did, though, was Corellon Lorethian wasn't a god in the beginning. He was an actual NPC mortal, if you will, if you can call elves mortals in a sense, but he was somebody that they met and worked for. And I told the story of why Corellon Lorethian and Groomsh hated each other so much. You know, these guys played out that story, that feud, which ended up costing Corellon Lorethian and Groomsh's lives. And they have ascended now, and Corellon Lorethian appointed Android as his saint. Not necessarily a cleric, but he appointed him as a saint. So that's, you know, and he's also the main character, as he says. So, so I just want to, I just want to kind of run through that just a little bit though, because I feel like I was going back and I was listening to like our first session that we recorded, and we just kind of pick up in the middle of a battle with no explanation whatsoever. And I realized there's a lot of lore that we have not delved into. So I plan on fixing that. I will fix that for you Golden Wonders out there who listen. I will provide you with plenty of lore and context, not necessarily in these sessions, but I will provide you with something else that will catch you up if you're interested in that. With that all said and done, I guess let's roll the opening credits.
gets old.
No, sure doesn't. All right, so let's do the recap real quick. And so basically what has happened is Uquil and Agaragis, along with I guess you could say Agaragis' mentor Dodd, who is another Myconid, but he's a Myconid elder, so he's 5 foot tall. They are trapped in the underworld, which is the underworld is like our Underdark, only I call it the underworld. And they are stuck in what is called the in-between, the most uncivilized part. You have the West Underworld and the East Underworld, and then there's basically the Underworld, but that's a whole different story. From east to west, the piece. Yeah, well, between east and west, in the middle there is the in-between, and that is a dangerous place to traverse because it sits directly under the largest desert in all of Loxos. On all of the planet of Loxos, it sits underneath the largest desert, meaning that everything underneath there is very unstable. And so Uquil, Dodd, and Agaragis are trying to find a way through this in-between and survive and make it to civilization. Or the Eastern Underworld anyways. I don't know if you'd call it civilization, but it's definitely way more civilized than the in-between. It was Uquil basically chasing Agaragis and Dodd into this in-between because they were trying to run off with the time frame. Android, Zoltan, and Otis are still investigating the assassination plot against Mazaru of the Dragoon race. Dragoon are like Dragonborn, only a little bit thinner. They don't have breath weapons. They're more graceful, maybe a little bit more elegant. They're not chromatic in the sense where they're just one solid color. They're a mixture of colors, and they have they have different kinds of breath weapons, but they can't even use them. That's the thing. The one thing that in this campaign that Dragoon can do, though, that Dragonborn can't, is Dragoon can be born with wings, while Dragonborn can't. And it's a trade-off. The Dragoon are born with wings. They're, a little bit more elegant and graceful, while Dragonborn are a little bit more hardy and husky, and they have breath weapons. So, pick your poison. Mazaru is the Dragoon shaman of the Dragoon shogunate over there on the continent of Pangshun. And they believe they discovered who was behind trying to assassinate her. And it turned out to be another shaman by the name of Nani Nani and the actual Dragoon shogun, Kara Shin. But the more they investigated, the more they have questions. It seems like there was something a little bit more nefarious going on. And now, after having killed a Wujin, and you Golden Wonders out there will just have to go back and watch previous episodes, because this could easily turn into like an hour-long backtrack. But Wujin are sorcerers who are... It's an outlawed magic, basically, being a Wujin. After finding yet another Wujin and Zoltan basically executing him, they are now being detained. The group is now being detained by the Dragoon Royal Guard and one of the retainers for further questioning about that, because it seems like wherever they go, destruction seems to follow them. People end up dead. And that's pretty much where we're at, for a little bit more information, the Dragoon below Shogunate is also known as Longzi Judo. So they're basically in the land of Longji Judo right now. And that's where we'll pick up, actually. So you guys were detained, Otis, Android, and Zoltan. You guys have been detained by the Royal Guard and the retainer, Koto Kai. You guys are in the Forgotten Palace of the Forgotten City of Zhejiang. So, and the last thing the retainer Koto Kai said to you, Android, was, do you remember what he said to you last, like before, like what his issue with you right now is?
He was getting all pissy because he's like, you trying to cut me out, huh? And I was gonna be like, yeah, you get your cut, but now I think I've changed my mind.
And that's why I did not let you. That's why I didn't let you say nothing that day.
No, I changed my mind because you did not let me.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's fine. I just didn't want you to like.
More of a, nah, fuck him then.
Oh, it's not gonna affect me one way or the other. That's the thing. Like, I just didn't want you to.
Whatever.
Oh, I didn't want you to like jump the gun because you don't know. You know what I'm saying? If you're not 100% familiar with this character, you know, and so far, like every dealing you've had with him, he's been kind of a prick, anyways, right? I mean, he put the mark on you that was gonna eat your whole arm. You know, so I figured, well, you know, and also you don't know what Boss Kappa is. I just figured we'll wait and see how he wants to deal with this dude. You know what I mean?
Nah, now I'm gonna be a prick.
Okay. So they take you guys into a room. It's got no windows in it. All the flooring, but it's still decorated like you're still in the palace. It's not like some cold feeling room per se. You know, it's still got tapestries on the wall and this and that, but it's not a very large room. It's probably like a 30 by 30 foot square room with a table in there for you all to sit. And they go and they fetch more chairs. You know, usually there's only like one person in here, and you realize that they're sitting you down in this room, or motioning for you to sit down on one side of the table, and then on the opposite side of the table, Koto Kai himself sits. And you get the impression that what he's about to try and do is interrogate you, you know? And he's just kind of sitting there with this like pompous look on his face as he, without very wordlessly, like motions for you all to sit down, you know?
Otis is going to use the chair to climb up on the very top of the table and sit down on the table.
What a guy.
Of course he is. Koto Kai watches Otis do this, and he looks like he's going to utter a word of protest, but he like eyeballs you kind of up and down, and you realize, Otis, as he's looking at you, that he does not recognize you. He doesn't look at you with like a recognition. He kind of winces or flinches, and even not really winces, but he kind of flinches a little bit because he realizes, wait a minute, no, but it's almost like he's telling you with his eyes, you know, like, you look normal. I thought the little one with the group was mutated or something, you know, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, as soon as Otis sits down, he's going to stare directly at him with a blank expression and just lock eyes, non-blinking.
Koto Kai looks very uncomfortable for a minute there. He's just like, what is? And then he like draws his attention. Like he looks away and looks to Android and Zoltan to motion for them to sit down. But then he shoots a look back in your direction real fast. and then goes back to looking at Android and Zoltan again. And he just motions for you all to sit down.
I guess that's it.
What do...
That Bob would go sit down as well.
Okay, so you all sit down. And Kodokai sits back in his chair now, and he's just kind of... He almost looks too pleased, like he's salivating at the lips a little bit. He's rubbing his hands together, and he's like quiet for a few minutes, trying to let like the tension kind of build up in the room. And finally he like claps his hands together, and he's just like, so you guys have been here in our land, and yet another dead body, and yet another Woojin attack.
What dead body? That's me, the player, asking. Because, the only dead body I remember was the rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
And that, we put that in my bag of holding, didn't we?
This is this is me as the DM telling you, play that out.
Okay.
If you have a suspicion, feel free to play it out. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
Well, then Android holds his silence.
Ah, nice. Okay. He says, so, my question for you is, how come we've had so much trouble at this year's Jingzhou the second we appoint a foreigner as our representative, and his friends start poking their noses in places that perhaps they don't belong?
Android's gonna stay quiet for a second, and he's like, I don't think I understand your question. Are you asking me why we don't turn a blind eye to injustice?
He, like, with your question, he, like, kind of stifles a scoff a little bit. He's just kind of like, He's like, injustice, huh? He says, typical. You don't know our ways, and so you call our ways injustice. Perhaps that could be what the problem really is. We're not doing things the way you think we should be doing them, and so you're causing all this havoc. He says, we've never let another shogunate overrun us before, and you think that you and your whatever it is where you're from, your way of life can just move in on us and teach us simple beings how to manage our own lands and run our own business. And when he says the word business, right, like he says it with like a certain kind of malice. Like that is a very poignant word that he's using there, you know, as if he's like in his own feelings about that particular. Is that how you feel about the matter, gentlemen?
No. Those are your words, not mine, sir. Android kind of leans back in his chair, and he's like, it's no secret that we don't know your ways. We are foreigners. We were hired to do a job, so we fulfilled the job the way that we know how. If nobody is going to explain your ways to us, then we will handle our business the way that we see fit.
He says, oh, I see. Very good then. Very good. And he like leans back in his chair a little bit and kind of motions over his shoulder at one of the with his head, and a look, but he keeps one eye on you, kind of, and he's motioning to one of the royal guards. There are now just 2 royal guards standing on either side of the door, though. All the others have vacated. This room is far too small for as many as they had surrounding you earlier. And he like reaches out a hand behind him for something from one of the royal guards, and the royal guard presents him with a scroll. And he says, "Ah, yes. Well," and he pulls out a set of like glasses, reading glasses, rests them on his nose and pulls out this scroll, and he says, "Let's see here then, about our ways then. You have been in close contact with Mazaru, correct?"
Correct.
"And I believe she's the one that appointed your friend, Quill, the chosen one, our savior, correct?" She said, if I'm not to misunderstand this correctly, his status is condoned by the ancestors themselves. Yes?
That is to my understanding.
Well, we all heard them. We all heard them yell. We all heard their call, correct? So she has had quite a bit of dealings with you and has even taught you their ways. You are known to actually bow to us now in our own manner and fashion, right?
So am I expected to know every law and custom?
Says, "No. Hold on then." He says, let's see. Quill joined the Jingzhu. You all know what the Jingzhu is. He has joined the Jingzhu. He has followed its conduct to the letter. He even won. Let's see. Here's the funny thing, though. Let's see. The royal banquet. You all insulted the shogun of the time, Karajin. Am I not to? And if I'm not mistaken, and I was there myself, so I can hold myself as one of the witnesses. You were instructed on how the banquet was supposed to go, were you not? And yet you did not wait for our shogun to begin eating. And he points at Otis and he says the mutated one began eating without waiting on, because clearly he's got Otis and Agaragis confused. He thinks they're the same person. At this point, he's just thinking that Agaragis can make themselves look normal if they want to. He says this one began eating without question, and then
Not to split hairs, but this one right here is not the same one from before. But whatever. Continue.
He says, "Oh," and he pulls out like a quill and some ink, and he begins to like dip it in there and begin to write. And he goes, "Interesting. So we have another foreigner. You have yet brought another foreigner into our lands. Interesting."
Otis is going to inch a little closer to him, still staring at him, wide eyes, no expression.
He takes notice of this, and he just kind of raises a brow for a minute, and then kind of looks over his shoulder at one of the guards, but says nothing, and then goes back to his list, if you will. He says, "And then let's see here, and then the chosen one decides to openly defy our shogun, to which causes a bit of a ruckus, an uproar, a celebration amongst you and the rest of the foreigners, correct? You all thought it was poignant to insult and embarrass our military figure. And since then you have been investigating the assassination of Mazaru, which you all concluded was Nani and a plot between her and the one you insulted. I guess the question I'm asking here is, if you did not know that Kara Shin was even the aggravator, then why make an enemy of him from the start unless you had your suspicions to begin with? And if so, if you really are foreigners, why have suspicion of him in the first place? Because anybody with, any kind of power of deduction would say that you all came in to aggravate him right from the start. But yet you're not 100.
What are you implying?
He says, well, you're not convinced, if I'm to understand this correctly. You are not convinced that Kara Jin acted alone, if he was even really acting upon this in the first place. And now we've had several Woojin attacks conveniently, as if to say, well, maybe you didn't catch all the Woojin. Maybe Nani was not working on her own, as it were. And that's just convenient, isn't it?
We are being reprimanded for covering our bases, for following up on our investigation, for making sure that we've stamped out every fire, for not turning a blind eye to injustice. It says, snakes slither upon their belly, and it is our duty to crush their heads beneath our heel. That is what we've been hired to do. If you are no longer requiring our services, we can be on our way.
He says, oh, interesting, you should mention that. Snakes and things like that, and stamping out every fire. It's interesting to me. Are you familiar with one by the name of, speaking of slithering on underbellies, are you familiar with the one known as, let's see here. And he makes a big old show of it as he runs his finger down the scroll as if he's looking for a particular thing. But he already knows of it. He says, a boss Kappa of the underbelly, leader of the organized crime family. You would have dealings with him, have you not? He says that's hearsay, but it is known that you went to go visit him, was it not? You guys have had quite a few dealings.
The world is often a good broker of information, sir.
Says, come on now. Says, come on.
Come on now, what? He grins and, sits further back in his seat. He's like, what? Come on now, what? What can you say about it?
He says, I think we both know why you went to go visit Boss Kappa, and it wasn't to broker information.
Other than information, I really don't know.
He says, really? He says, the crone has been seen coming in and out of the Forgotten Palace. Oh, I don't know how many times now. And she's not a broker of information. However, she is suspected of knowing Woojin magic. And she has ties with Boss Kappa. And we have all these Woojin showing up out of nowhere. And who would be able to supply the right kind of ingredients for Woojin magic than Boss Kappa? Ingredients that are...
that knows that he can provide Woojin ingredients, not me. I am the one that is exposing Woojin in the capital. Those are two different scenarios, two different situations. And as a matter of fact, unless I'm being charged with something, I don't believe I have to stay. With that, he kind of stands up and puts both of his hands on the table, and he's like, so what are we really doing here?
He slaps the table with the flat of his hand. Bam! He says, sit down. He says, I don't know what your customs are there, but where you're from, but here you are excused to go when you are excused to go.
then I believe you'll need to arrest me. And he turns his back and starts to head for the door.
He like motions to the guards, and it looks like it's about to get like intense. At this moment, what is Otis and Zoltan doing? Just out of curiosity, with all this going on.
Well, second android stands up, so does Otis, and he's about to start making his way up the table.
little Otis just stands up on the table like, yeah. What about Zoltan? What is Zoltan doing?
Can I pick up the chair? I'm just gonna take the chair with me. I'm taking a chair with me.
Of all the defiant things to do, Zoltan, you just stand up and take the chair. Like, fine, I'll take the chair.
I'm sitting down. I'm still sitting down. My ass is in the chair.
Oh, nice. so that all that's about to happen, and you see Kodo Kai motion for the royal guard, and the royal guard begin to draw their weapons on you, but a knock comes at the door, and that just kind of stops everything.
There's a knock at the door, you said?
Yeah, there's a knock at the door, and that just kind of stops everything at that moment. And Kodo Kai just looks at you all like, can you all wait to do this for a second while I see who that is? He doesn't really say that in those words. He just kind of looks at you all, just kind of like squinting his eyes with like a single hand up to like stop for a minute, like just one moment. He's like, yes, who is it? And the door to the interrogation room opens up, and standing there is a familiar figure. You've met him once before. He is one of the brown and brass and orange dragoon who introduced you guys to the governor. What is that governor's name?
Yokai Izu?
Yeah, Yokai Izu. Very good. He introduced you to Governor Yokai Izu. When Yokai Izu invited you all back to his villa, the pagoda. He's got long white hair and a long white beard. He's one of the, like I said,
is he the one that we kind of grabbed and was like asking him?
Yeah, and he was just kind of like, oh yeah, and he was real friendly, kind of jittery a little bit, just an older guy. Well, now he's standing there with like, it's like that whole persona has changed. He's just standing there with like all this authority, so much so that even Kodo Kai has kind of stopped everything he was saying. And he looks at you all for a minute there and just kind of eyes you all, and you realize that he's not eyeing you like, oh, now you're gonna get it. You know what I mean? It's almost like an amazement. He's kind of like looking at each one of you, staring, trying to look each one of you in the eye, like, which one of you? Which one of you? And then he looks at the elderly dragoon standing there in the doorway, and he says, I have this under control. And now the newcomer just sits there and he says, it looks like it. He says, that will be all. Kodo Kai says, I can do that. He says, that will be all. Kodo Kai turns around and looks at the three of you before leaving, and he hates
Otis
you.
gives him an obnoxious grin.
Android bows. Android bows to him as he leaves.
He just hates all of you right now. As he stands up and he just kind of marches out like a dejected child. And then the newcomer now, he looks at the two royal guard and he says, you may leave too. I'm not worried. and they, without a single word, stop from drawing their weapons, bow, and leave. I mean, like, they don't act like this is an inconvenience to them at all. They do it with all kinds of reverence, like, yes sir, whatever you say. And they leave, and the elderly dragoon now shuts the door. And like I said before, he no longer seems like that bumbling old, like, lord, you know. He there's like a certain kind of authority in his presence now, a gracefulness, as it were. And he turns and he looks at you three and he says, before we begin, I must apologize for the subterfuge. I introduced myself earlier as Lord Feindok, but I am not a lord at all. I am the Grand Detective, one of the Grand Detectives. I don't expect you to be amazed or marveled at this title, but it just means that I'm important when it comes to investigations.
Well, I apologize for my indignation. He kind of bows to him, you know.
Otis quickly gets off the table.
He bows back to you, Android, and he says, don't be too hard on yourself for being indignant. Kodokai's a dick. He says, please. He says, please, sit back down. Sit back down. I am a grand detective, meaning that I'm not just a detective. I am important. And then maybe that's a crass way of putting it, but that's the way it is. And you realize now that he's like not sitting down on the other side. He's begun walking circles around the entire table very slowly. At times just like walking behind you guys as he explains this and just moving around. But his eyes are never leaving one of you. Every time, like, you can't be sure, but you almost can tell when he's behind you and out of your sight. Whoever he's looking at, you almost know I'm the one he's looking at. You know, like his stare, there's like a weird feeling you get underneath his stare. You can't tell if it's just magic or if it's just the way he holds himself. But as he's talking, you know, he's just slowly walking around, doing little hand gestures and holding his hands behind his back in deep thought. As he explains himself, he says, we seem to have an issue here. Partly with your presence, but I don't think your presence caused the issue, not like some would believe. He says, although it is strange that you all have involved yourselves so vigorously into our affairs. From the very top, and then finally he stops just like abruptly right in front of all three of you. He says, from the very top, I need you, one of you, or all three of you, or whoever can, to fill in some of the blanks for me. Explain to me this whole Mazaru assassination attempt. Tell me everything you know. Please.
Okay, so I guess Android, you know, he kind of sighs because he's like, man, how many times have I gone over this, you know, in my own head alone, you know, type thing. Not necessarily annoyed with him, just, but he's like, well, this ought to be good because, you know, perhaps you can help me with what I'm missing as well. But so he starts explaining from the time that they got here. He's gonna leave out the details about the elemental, you know, the elemental plane.
Like what brought them there to begin with, type of thing. Yeah.
He's gonna leave that bit of it out, but he's gonna start with, you know, like when we're getting our contract to look into this, and how we eventually uncovered that it was like a contract hit type deal, and it was in the hands of the Demon Sword Saguchi, I believe his name was, and then it changed hands. And
when you mention that, he says, "Oh yes," he like interrupts you, and it seems kind of rude, but like he's just, and you notice he hasn't written anything down. He's not doing like he hasn't even sat down like Kodokai did, He just kind of like his eyes kind of brighten, and he just kind of points a finger and he says, "Ah, yes, the Demon Sword Saguchi. He was a red herring, correct, for the great hair."
It seems that way, yes.
He says, "Okay, that adds up from when I spoke with the great hair." Okay, continue.
Right, because we learned that it had the contract had swapped hands. So we're following it. We dug up some sources for what do you call it? It's not slop. It's the what do you call it? The firewater shit, the mush, which is apparently a Wujin magic component. And, so he just takes them through what they know about it, and he's like, so we come up to this point, and conveniently Kodokai had the what was it like a medallion in his pocket that fucking what's his name brandished. I can't Laudi brandished out of his robe or whatever. It was like, yeah, it was him. And he's like, so we
it was him. Yeah, it was him. Sorry. Just
that's how it went down, though. And so we were pretty much more or less aiding Laudi in his investigation. We were supposed to be kind of leading the investigation, but everything that we uncovered led us to a dead end, from the Nezumi with their cyanide capsules in their mouths, that's kind of
the Nezumi were trying to fix the games. Yes, the Rat King. Yes.
Like, as the player, I'm gonna mention that Android is kind of hesitant to be like, I think Laudi is kind of shisty here, because he likes Laudi and he doesn't know for sure, he doesn't know where his heart is at in that regard. So he's like, so something here does not add up, and we were going to follow up on it. We were, as a matter of fact, we were making rounds to follow up on it, but we had an incident, and we were separated. As I'm sure you've noticed, we don't have the Chosen One with us, and the Mushroom is also absent, and we need to regroup with them. So we were just about to drop it, man. We were just about to drop it and let you guys handle your business the way that you would.
He notices your hesitation on something. He's not entirely sure, but he notices it, so he calls you out on it. And I need you to roll a bluff.
Well, how does he do it exactly? Because I'm not sure that Android would necessarily try to bluff him out or lie to him, depending on how he...
It's just a counter roll for what I just rolled.
Okay.
It's to see if you can actually withstand this man's interrogation. I want you to think of him as the Eli Cunning of this land. You know what I mean? Like, only without the intense, if you lie, I'm gonna kill you. You know what I mean? There's a presence to him, but he's far more gentle than Eli Cunning. You know what I mean? Okay, so 27 does not beat my 33. Pretty close though.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
27's the big number.
Yeah, 27's good. I'm not holding it against you. You could have, but you could have rolled higher. You had a chance of beating him. You know what I mean? If you had rolled a little higher than what you got, you would have beaten him because that.
Nah, it's all good. Android wasn't necessarily gonna lie to him anyway. He's just kind of hesitant because what it is that he's not sure himself. He doesn't have evidence, so he's unwilling to like say something without a base claim. You know?
Well, what this has allowed Fang Doc to do is kind of suss out where in your explanation you kind of became hesitant, you know? And he hones in on Lao D. He says, you say Lao D, you were assisting Lao D in the investigation, but Nani is village's shaman. She's the one that sent him, correct? To help you investigate.
Correct.
If she were going to be the one to try to assassinate Mazaru, why would she send somebody to assist in discovering her?
That's something that I found strange as well. And
so you found it strange. By your own admission, you have found it strange. Very well then. He says, very well then. He just kind of holds up a hand and he opens up the door and he says, send in Lao D. And he looks and you guys, a few minutes go by and Fendok says nothing and he just eyeballs the three of you for a minute. And then eventually Lao D enters and Lao D looks different than when you last left him. You know, when you last saw him, he was wearing pretty plain village type of clothing, you know. Now he's decked out in a an outfit kind of befitting of somebody of importance now. He wears like a blue quilted like tunic with a fine leather belt, and he's cleaned up a little bit. His beard, his goatee has been trimmed, and his mustache is now trimmed out to be like fine, like flowing little whiskers type of thing. He, as you remember, Lao D is also one of those dragoon type. That is the mixture of the gold, brass, and brown and orange coloring. As he enters, and Feindok makes no bones about bowing to Lao D as well. He says, since Lao D has helped uncover the plot behind Mazaru's assassination, he has gone from being a detective to being promoted to grand detective like myself. We have one other grand detective, so I want you all to understand the importance of Lao D's station in life now. Is that understood before we begin?
Yes. He's very, very well regarded, it seems, if that's right.
You watch as Lao D just kind of gulps a little bit, like you see his Adam's apple just kind of instinctively like flinch.
Yeah, Android looks uncomfortable too because he feels bad.
Yeah. What is Zoltan and Otis doing at this moment? I know Otis is kind of like a newcomer to this whole plot, so just out of curiosity, what is Otis doing about all of this like information he's now learning about what's been going on?
Honestly, daydreaming.
Nice.
Wondering when this is going to be over.
What a man.
You know, Otis, this is partly why you have trouble with your knowledge checks.
Yep, I'm very well aware.
It is in perfect line with Otis. How about Zoltan? Because Zoltan's been here since day one for this whole thing. Like, what is Zoltan's whole thoughts on this?
Watching Android handle this situation, being astonished.
Like, whoa, I didn't know that. You mean Loud D was involved the whole time? is it that kind of thing, type of thing? Like, yeah. Oh, whoa, that's news to me.
I was worried about my own stuff.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just curious. So, Loud D, when you agree, Android, that you are understanding of this, he looks at Loudy and says, understood, and Loudy gives like a slight bow, like a quick one, like a flick, you know, almost like he nods your head. He says, okay. He looks at you, Android, and he says, begin your line of questioning then. Tell him what you've uncovered.
Oh, well, I don't know that I have uncovered much in terms of evidence, but there are some strange things about the investigation. I suppose, namely, as was mentioned before, your involvement with the investigation in the first place, being as Nani seems to be the you know, if she was the Woojin that we were to be arresting, then why is it that she sent you on the investigation to arrest her if you are a trusted person to her?
And the medallion. Fendoc chimes in. And the medallion. Tell him what you saw.
Well, I didn't necessarily see anything. I just, you know, you had the medallion that you pulled out. None of the rest of us saw the medallion in his pocket. And that is a level of trust that we have to put in you, being as you're the one that brandished the medallion from Kodokai's pocket. I am hesitant to make a debasing claim against you, especially being as you are in your new ranking office. Not only because you are my friend, but also because of what that could potentially mean for me if my claim is wrong. And he just bows, you know, and he's like, I must be clear, I have no evidence that this investigation was fixed or tampered with, but I do find it mighty convenient that Laudi always seemed to know which direction to take us. How you say, chasing rabbit holes to dead ends. And he says, but that is also the nature of an investigation at times. So it is hard for me to say. And he just bows, you know, he bows low this time.
When you bring your head back up, when you stand back upright, both Fendoc and Laudi, despite himself, are kind of smiling. And Fendoc says, well, how would you like that? How would you like that? He says, very good, Android. The only fault that I see that you've made is the fact that you were too scared to just openly accuse Laudi of planting the evidence. Because you know as well as I do, as we both stand here now, that that's exactly what he did. Without a shadow of a doubt, that's what he did. Is it not? And he turns and looks at Lao D, and Lao D just... Yes, that is correct. I planted the evidence.
Android looks wounded. He looks wounded, man. He's like, no, I just wanted so badly for it to not be true, you know? He just looks wounded and he bows again, you know?
Cloudy just he bows to you, and he now Android out of respect, and he says, I suppose an explanation is in order. The assassination attempt, Nani had every intention of killing Mazaru, of assassinating Mazaru. You discovered that. You were there right where you needed to be despite anything. Despite it all, you and your party managed to suss out where you needed to be right when you needed to be there. You have not failed in your task of protecting her. When Mazaru agreed to be assassinated, we had no idea whether or not you all would be able to even stop it from happening. It was a roll of the dice on her part. Honestly, she knew that either you all would rise to the occasion and protect her, or you would continue to chase these rabbit holes, as you put it, and she would end up dead. Either way, her and Nani and Kara Shin were going to take the downfall for this. You understand? It's partly why Mazaru thinks so fondly of your group, because you did manage to save her life, and I commend you for it. I myself was very nervous when Mazaru that night figured it out. When we were standing in her chamber, the whole of us, and she looked me in the eyes and she said, "Is Nani sure of what she's doing?" Knowing full well that Nani was going to have to die regardless of whether or not the assassination was a success or failure. And I nodded and told her yes. So you all played your part in getting Kara Jin out of his position of power, which is exactly what we wanted in the first place. So don't feel too bad about the way things have turned out. Now the group is looking over at Fendok for a minute there, and Fendok does not look as if he knew any of this, I'm going to point out. He's listening just as interestedly as the rest of you, as if he's had some answers to this, and it's all coming together now. And he says, So you made Mazaru a willing participant in this plot. She was willing to allow herself to be assassinated. Correct? And Laudy nods his head and he says, well, then there's absolutely nothing we can do about this, and it's case closed as far as that goes. He says, feel good about yourselves. You succeeded in exactly what you were supposed to do. And he looks at you, Android, and you, Zoltan, and you, Otis. Says, congratulations. He says, Laudy, enjoy your new station as a grand detective, and I suppose we can all go about our business then.
So we can go now?
He just nods at you, Otis. Yes.
Otis walking out the room.
Yeah, just begins to like leave. I'm curious though, what is Zoltan and Android? How are they taking this news?
Zoltan doesn't like this place.
Who are these people? What about Android? How is Android?
Android's not gonna say anything. He kind of like catches his breath a little bit, and he looks angry, you know, like he kind of furrows his brow and holds his gaze on Lao D for a minute, you know, and then his expression kind of softens a bit and he just bows, you know, and then exits the room. He says nothing.
As you all are exiting, Loudy, Fendok says, but that still begs one question. Does it not?
You mean other than why?
No. I know why. We had to, that Loudy and Nani clearly wanted Kara Shin. There is no love loss between Kara Shin and some of the higher ups. I myself was not extremely friendly with him, although I will say this was dirty. This was utterly dirty. And I kick the dust from my heels on the matter. Just so you know. But the Woojin. How many Woojin were involved in this assassination plot?
Too many.
Loudy just sits there and says, but no, Android. And it dawns on you, Android. Loudy kept saying, there's more than one Woojin? Loudy turns and he says, if Kara Shin really wasn't the culprit, which I'm not saying he wasn't, because the ancestors have signed off on a new shogun. That can't be undone. All that revealing this to the people will do now is cause dissension. You understand?
I will say nothing.
This is very good. So, what is the deal with Kara Shin and the Woojin? And why do you guys have to keep attacking Woojin?
Well, we weren't certain that we had everything correctly. We were just turning over more stones to put together the final pieces of the puzzle that we were missing. And really that is admittedly my own hubris, if you will, if that's the right word, for not wanting to believe that Lao D had any involvement. However, it is still strange that there are so many Woojin afoot, no?
More than we've had in a long time. Loudy confirms. Yeah, he confirms.
So he kind of shrugs. He's like, we were just following up on leads and stamping out small fires along the way. That's kind of what our forte is. But we'll meddle no further. We'll leave you to your business. We really need to regroup with the rest of ourselves. So
With that, Fendot claps his hands together and he says, I don't know if that's a... He looks at Loudy
Unless,
and
of course, you're in need of more services. He kind of shrugs.
he says, you're the only ones who have managed to uncover this so far. Says, I myself am just playing catch up with every stone you have overturned, I have followed up with. He says, I am well aware with your talks with the Kuatoa Shogun, Bull Krogi. I am familiar with the great hair and his hubris. I know that the demon sword Saguchi was here in town. I know of all of this. I even know of, and he points at you, Zoltan, he says, of your new bride to me, correct? The serving girl. Says, good on you. Says there's not too many men who are of higher station that would marry so below themselves. So, and that's not meant to be an insult. Says, I even know of your little companion here and his sudden arrival. Says the Nine Hells, was it?
Yep.
Says, which one?
What time do you want to go?
He's, well, which one? Oh no.
Dude, I don't know. I was unconscious. Quit asking me that.
He says, not me. He says, so the question is what was Kara Shin actually up to that he needed such firepower? Says that it seems like in what would I call an ill-advised move on some, and he just kind of eyeballs Loudy now, who looks kind of uncomfortable. Says, an ill-advised move on some. I would say that we've accidentally kicked a hornet's nest. Something was happening, and perhaps we put a stop to it, or perhaps not.
Okay.
And if we could get you to investigate it more, since you are pretty good at
Kicking hornet's nests.
Meddling.
he nods yes to both. He says, I would like to conscript you all to assist us further in figuring out what has happened.
Again.
He says,
Andrew just kind of bows and he's like, I'm just glad that I'm not being arrested today. He's like, we're happy to help.
says, I know that you were advised to go to the Kuatoa Shogun and find Fin Gao and speak with him and all of that, and we won't hold you up to go and do that or find your friends and the things. I have spoken with Dai Mei personally, and she has agreed in assisting with the search for your friends, if that will help your matters more on your personal level.
That would be nice.
I'm to understand you all were talking about going back to the underworld, and that's where your friends are currently?
East Underworld, to my understanding, I believe.
He just kind of laughs. He goes, is there more than one?
Android kind of like looks at him strangely, and he's like, what do you mean? I mean, all of it's one underworld, but I mean, the eastern section of the one underworld, at least that's what's my understanding of how it worked, right? He kind of looks at Zoltan. He's like, it's a big place, right?
Mhm.
Talk.
Mm-hmm.
Good talk.
Yeah. He- like Zoltan's just kind of sitting there like, what? Yeah, what is Zoltan's like answer to that? Does Zoltan even give an answer to that?
Sultan's not sure himself. He knows that there's more than one piece. He's been to two so far. He's been to the... Yeah, he's been to the one where he was made to make a promise. Or he has to keep his promise, and then... I look at Android and I just shrug my shoulders. I'm like, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's big. Andrew, it's like full transparency, I have no reason to lie to you, or be withholding from you. The underworld is how we got here from my country. We crossed the desert underneath of it through the underworld. So I don't know if that's a controversial thing to be saying to you, but that's how that works, I think.
He
Right?
just
That's how we did that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, is that how y'all did it?
Sultan doesn't want to give too much information.
Pain Doc just kind of says, to be clear, and he looks at you, Zoltan. He's like, I am aware of your kind.
Oh.
The Drow are not a mystery to us. Sometimes we get exiles up here in our lands. Sometimes they last, sometimes they don't. But all we know of is the underworld that is directly in the Sangoon Mountains. It's a well-marked entrance. Those brave of us, those who are brave enough of us here, sometimes decide to go there to dwell. And they are seldom ever heard from again. What stories I know of it, I just thought it was a abnormally large cavern where, well, I'll say this. It's where the Ibixian are from. And when he says Ibixian, he's talking about the goat folk. He says they have direct ties from there, so but that is, from what I understand and to my knowledge, they are not the same. Our Ibixian are not regarded the same way here as they are down there. So I could not tell you how many underworlds or how big the underworld is or any of that. I have no desire to.
I don't know much about it either. To learn as much as I did about it was quite an eye-opener for me, and pardon me if I come across like I'm talking down. I wasn't trying to. It's just, I don't know. I'm very uncultured here. He bows.
Says, well, I don't know how your friends ended up in the underworld. I have no knowledge of that. Only that you all mentioned that to the crone, and when I went and spoke with the crone and she told me about the conversation that you all had. He says, don't feel like she betrayed you and your knowledge and anything like that. She just said that, and he motions to you, Zoltan. He says she said that she spoke with you and the other one, who is no longer with us. And when I inquired about the other one, I came to find out that you all had mentioned that you needed to go to the underworld to find him.
Oh yeah, she must mean.
Yeah, but I don't even have a name now.
Says, well, if that is the case, if our Chosen has really decided to return to the underworld or gone hunting around in there. As I said before, it's my understanding that Daime, well, I know this Daime, she is a drow, and she has agreed to go there to inquire about your friends. If you're willing to stick around here a little bit longer and perhaps find out what was going on with Kara Shin. Again, I know you have to go and speak with Finn Gao, which for whatever reason that I don't know, and go to the underworld. So, but I would really like to understand why the Wujin. And he stops for a minute and thinks, and he looks and says, "What has become of the Wujin that you all just got done dealing with anyways? Were you able to even apprehend them, or did they escape?"
Well, Android kind of tugs at his collar a little bit. He's like, you won't kill me, right?
He eyeballs you and says, "I don't know."
He was like, well, all right. He just reaches into his bag of holding and pulls out the dead rabbit.
Oh, no.
He's like, I feel like it'd be a worse move to lie to you. So I'm just gonna be honest. This is what happened.
He is, well, I'm gonna roll something. I'm not just gonna give it. Although you're not trying to lie to him, right? So, yeah, I am just gonna give him that one. I'm not gonna even make him roll because you're willing.
Yeah, I'm not trying to lie to him.
He kind of deduces sort of what happened with just one blank spot that kind of nags at him, and he says, "Which one of you is capable of doing such a thing?"
Well, so what had happened is we we uncovered the astral body.
He just kind of sighs and he says, No.
Turning it specifically turning it into a rabbit. Is that what you mean?
Which one of you is capable of transmogrification? Yes.
Well,
I'm just
gonna take a step back.
I'm just speaking up. That's me.
He says, "You?"
Yes.
He says, "Take him." No, I'm just kidding.
Whoa!
Says, I see. And you decided to turn him into this rabbit and then kill him? What information did they give you? Who were they? Do you know any of that?
I know they were looking for a map that had a bunch of names on it for people that were involved, and they were trying to destroy it because it had incriminating evidence.
Says a map with names. Where were they looking for it at?
Where were we at during
It was in the office, wasn't it?
Roll an intelligence.
I know I had to go upstairs. I will roll you an intelligence as soon as Roll20 decides to load.
I can't remember.
I can't remember where we were, if I'm to be honest.
Thought I was the forgetful one.
West Side. Boy, your Roll20 does not like you.
No, I really don't.
Mine didn't for a long time too, though. Like it's the weirdest thing. It did
I
not
don't
want
know
to.
what the fuck he's doing. That's not, I've got so many things open right now. It's disturbing, and I have no issues.
Well, mine, it wasn't so much how much I had running or anything. It's just what I was running it on. For whatever reason, it didn't like to work well on Google Chrome for me. But it works it works just fine on Opera.
Let me go switch that real quick because mine's not working on Chrome.
Yeah, it works fine on Internet Explorer, but I don't like Internet Explorer. But it works just fine on Chrome. So, or not Chrome, Opera. So that's just what I run mine on. Yeah, for whatever reason though, it just didn't like to work well on Chrome, and I don't know what that was. Because everything else ran fine on Chrome.
Yeah, I have no problem.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, I don't know. It's loading perfectly on internet. You said an intelligence?
Yes.
Okay. I'm dumb as hell. It ain't gonna happen.
At least he understands that.
Oh, that is high for an intelligence check. So that is actually high, and you were working with a 1 modifier. Yeah, normally like straight up and I've said it before, ability rolls like that, stat rolls like that, I don't make the check that high because normally they don't roll this high, you know? The fact that he got a 13 with a +1 modifier is pretty good. You know? Yeah, so I'll give you that. It was in Kara Shin's personal chambers.
I will inform him of that.
With that, he looks at Laudi and he says, "Go make yourself useful, Grand Detective." And Laudi just looks and says, "Of course." And before he steps through you guys, like past you guys to leave, he looks at you, Android, and he says, "I really do consider you a friend, Android. Those talks we had and everything, they were genuine. The only thing I lied to you about was my involvement as a whole in this plot. I hope you can forgive me." He says if it...
Android's kind of like, well, there's a reason why I was hesitant to say anything, man. And that's probably against the... in some sensibility, it's a learning moment for me as well, because that attitude is against what I stand for, so... He just kind of sighs when he's like, but you are my friend, Laudi.
He nods and grabs your forearm and raises it up and then grabs your forearm with his hand, puts your hand on his forearm and shakes your hand.
Aww.
And he says, "You're my friend too, Android. And just for the record, Mazaru was in on this too." He walks off.
So I've heard.
Oh, before he walks off, can I tell him that the Woojin said I wouldn't know what I was looking for even if I did?
Loud, he just turns and looks at you, Zoltan, and kind of laughs, and he goes, "Yeah." It's okay.
I look down in disappointment.
He just he says
I don't like this anymore.
yeah. He's like, "I won't have that kind of trouble, Zoltan." Says, "But if it means anything, You did good. I'll bet maybe accidentally, but you did good. And he looks at you, Otis, and he says, I didn't have much time with you, but I'm glad you're not in the 9 hells anymore.
I'm like, oh, me too.
Says,
Share that in common.
says,
Like that.
Company Loudy.
says, I may not see you guys again, but that will, says, but that, if we don't see each other anymore, just know I want to thank you all. It may seem treacherous what we did to Kara Shin, but he really had no business being Shogun. And Doc turns to you 3 now, like, now that it's just you guys again, and he says, I'm going to recommend Kara Shin's sentence not be so grave. I have a notion of what he may have been into, and I don't think it was an assassination attempt. I think he was up to something else. And because I don't wholeheartedly believe that he deserves the punishment he's getting, he will still remain in exile, but at least he'll be exiled to his homelands here within the shogunate. So, congratulations on that success as well. And I believe Mazaru will agree with me. Says, as far as Nani, well, her execution's later on today. She still has to be punished for what she did, but she's a willing participant, so don't hold that against yourselves. He says, I suppose we don't need you for any more investigation. I think that one piece that Zoltan has uncovered here will tell us everything we need to know. You said it'll have names and places of people involved, correct?
That's what he said.
Good talk. Where does Zoltan go? That's what I want to know. With that, he produces a wooden box out from his robes and opens it up and then turns it towards you 3. He said, I wasn't sure who would all be here when this got accomplished, but, and he pulls out 3 rings and he holds them out to you guys. They have a signet on them. It says, consider yourselves honorary detectives of the Dragoon Shogunate. Every time you're here in these lands, you will now be regarded as inspectors.
Go gadget ring. Android accepts it and bows.
He holds it out to both Otis and Zoltan as well. He says, go ahead, they won't bite you.
You promise?
He says, well, it's just metal. Because it's not like they got some crazy enchantment on them or something. Who would do that?
I can name a couple people.
Shoot, who would do that?
Otis Texas.
Who would have something like that?
Yeah. Only a fool would take a ring without really researching it. And Feindok even says that, like, that's his response to that. He goes, exactly. What fool would take a magic ring without knowing precisely its full capabilities?
That one
Silly.
gets a hee-haw out of it. Like, how right you are. You are wiser than you know. Or Rather, you're probably just as wise as you know. You know? Whatever. Hilarious.
So, perhaps he holds out the ring to Zoltan. He says, "Go ahead, Zoltan. You've earned this."
What does it do?
Says it's to show everyone who looks upon it that you are officially an honorary inspector of our lands.
It wraps around your finger.
That is it. It means that anybody you question from here on out in these lands will be more inclined to answer you from here on out.
Kevin.
Says, should you ever return.
I take it from him and I bow.
Are we free to go now?
He says, "Oh yes, you may go and do whatever it is you are going to do. I have a lot of paperwork and mind-numbing research to accomplish." Says, "Good luck to you, gentlemen."
And to you. And I bow one last time before heading out.
All right, now that you all are free to go, what do you head out to do?
Well, Otis is going to tell Android that I could try to use the Eye of Grumsh to see Uquil, see how he's doing, make sure he's still alright. But I kind of need to go to a secluded area because I need people seeing that I can do this.
That is also a good point.
While we do
Somewhere private.
while we do that, can I take out my the glass piece and look at the ring?
Sure. Yeah, you look at it through the eyeglass and you see nothing untoward. It's just metal with a signet on it.
What?
The yeah, untoward. The signet in of itself just looks like it's written in Draconic, and it's against a whatever the writing is, and it's against a backdrop of what looks like a thick screen door of strange design. But beyond that, you don't.
Zoltan smiles and then he puts it on.
He's like, I am done with these people and them tricking me. Yeah.
Yeah. Good point. Guess we better put the rings on, huh?
So, so you all move to a private room, like one of the rooms you've been staying in. And Otis, you go ahead and produce the Eye of Grumsh.
Yep, and then I'm going to focus on Uquil.
All right. So has Android ever really looked at the Eye of Grumsh before and like seen it? Like I know he's used it in front of you, but have you ever really paid attention to it?
Not like special attention, I guess.
So the Eye of Grumsh is a strange thing because, you know, it was Grumsh's glass eye, you know, and but in Otis's hand, it looks large, like larger than what an eyeball would be in somebody's head, you know, almost as if it's grown to a bigger size. In Otis's hand, it looks like a baseball. In your hand, it might look more like I don't know, something that's smaller than a baseball. Not a ping pong ball, like in between a ping pong ball and a baseball, you know. A bocce ball. But
yeah.
yeah, you're like whatever. But and I think those are actually kind of big too, but it's completely clear. It's one of those glass spheres that looks completely clear, but you can see where like all the bubbles in it, where the oxygen was trapped when it was being like when the glass was being blown into formation.
Like a crystal ball.
Yeah. Type of thing. Yeah. Only not as clear as a crystal ball, even, because it's got some of that haze with inside of it. You know, like if you look through it, everything would look distorted on the other side.
Interesting.
Yeah. But what is interesting about it is the fact the way the light prisms off of it. It doesn't prism through it like light normally does through glass of this nature. You can see that as the light hits and prisms, the prism dances ever so faintly over the entire sphere of the eye in of itself, as if it's capturing the light, not reflecting it, not grabbing it and shining it through and refracting it.
Weird. It's like absorbing it, like capturing it inside of it.
Yeah, or something. Or keeping it on its surface so that it may dance. You can't really tell.
Right. Interesting.
Otis, as you pull the eye up to your own eye and begin looking through it, you begin to focus on Quill really hard. You know? As hard as can be expected from a halfling, which when a halfling wants to hyper-focus, a halfling can hyper-focus, right? We all know this about halflings. When they want to obsess, they can obsess. And so you're, and again, the way you see this is it looks like you're looking through an eye-shaped hole in reality and seeing everything play out clear as day. But everything around that eye-shaped hole is just a blur of light. It's almost like you're seeing what you're watching play out around it as well, but it's all blurred out.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense of what I'm saying. It's like you're seeing it twice, but in a grander scale, and it's completely blurred. While through the eye hole, you see everything as clear as day. And what you see is you see Quill and Agaragis standing on top of a pillar of some kind of purplish white crystal. And this pillar, you know it's a pillar because you see it from a distance. But as you focus in, you realize that that pillar is so large that it begins to look like a wall. And you see both Quill and Agaragis standing on top of it looking down. And both of them look extremely well. You can't really tell from Agaragis because Agaragis always seems to have like one expression. But Agaragis seems somewhat dismayed just in their body language, and you can see Quill looking down there, and he does not look at all happy either as they are looking down at the wall, and you start to focus down on whatever it is they're looking at, and the only thing you can see is what looks like a giant hole has been broken out through the wall and nothing else, as if something came crashing through the crystals.
Alrighty.
And then the vision becomes too strong for you and you're forced out. Your body kind of shakes a little bit even. It's almost like you've been vibrating and you don't know why. You have to remember, an orc once used this. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Yeah.
That was something. It's just supposed to be eye away.
They alive?
They are, yes, they are currently alive. From what I saw, Euquil and Agaricus were standing on top of a purplish pillar or a wall of some sort, looking down. Euquil looks displeased, but that's really nothing new.
True.
There is a massive hole. Looks like something broke out of it. So, needless to say, we need to hope that they can get out soon, or we need to find them soon. I don't think that they're in a great position.
Okay, so refresh my memory. We were gonna go see the Kuatoa, is that correct? And was that pertaining to the larger investigation? Because I don't remember.
You were oh, so you're asking me out of character? Are you asking me? Go ahead and roll a bardic knowledge to see if you can jog your memory as to why. Now your bardic knowledge is a little higher. You can roll a little higher, so that definitely that curve increases. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get that, that curve.
I know. We do equity over equality.
Yes. Don't try to hit me with the moral dilemma. I'll be like, yeah.
Oh no, I'm just calling it what it is. It's equity.
Yeah. It has to be at times. Oh, okay. You get to thinking about it and you're like, no, it wasn't about the investigation. It's because these people worship Toldoth.
Right. Okay.
And the Kuatoa are known for being able to. The Kuatoa,
right.
What you learned about the Kuatoa and their knowledge of Toldoth is the fact that they don't call Toldoth a regular god. They say he is a true god.
Right.
They say he is a true god, and that freaks you out a little bit.
Yeah.
And you were advised, well, you could talk to the one known as Finn Gao, and he would be able to, he's a Kuatoan, but he's a little bit friendlier to strangers than your typical Kuatoan. And he would, he may be willing to speak with you about this, because you learn that the Kuatoa are, they're shaman. They say that they're shaman, that they have shaman or whatever, but they also use a term called alienist, as in they believe they can speak directly with these beings they call the Old Ones.
Yeah. Android just calls them eye bleeders. Horny toads. Anyway. Alright, yeah. So we still need to go speak to the Kuatoa, namely Fengao.
Finn Gao.
And then we need to head to the. That's right, because we were going to use the whirlwind. But now that we're around people, we shouldn't use the whirlwind. We should just go. Yeah.
Now let's use
That's
the
right.
whirlwind around people. It's called chaos.
Yeah, because, well, there was another plan you had, and so I'm curious as to if you remember what that plan was. Like, if you're trying to get all the...
I have to do yin
I
and yang
think the
thing.
alternative plan was to use Solar to fly there, but I don't know.
Zoltan nailed it. What was that, Zoltan?
No, we have to take yin and yang to meet Yoshi.
Oh, yeah. But that's right.
You were going to use the whirlwind to take Yin and Yang to Yoshi real fast and then try to bounce back and see if you couldn't.
That's right. That's right.
You might want to start writing these things down.
Yeah, good.
That one was memory. I knew I had the Finn Gao one written down. I just didn't know why I had him written down though.
Yeah, I just don't. If I write anything down, it's one or two or three words, and I
say this motherfucker at this rate.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
If we wrote down all of our bullshit, we would have a journal.
We would
We would have our own short
Novel.
stories. Yeah.
I know that that's what you want, but that's
Here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. Look. I've even got my screen up here so you can see. Look. Let's see. Ooh, I can use the sticky notes. No, we don't need to do that.
okay. So
Something I want to point out is that, like, you know, you guys have already been through like a day and night cycle too while doing all of this. You know, you guys have been pushing a full 24 hours already, and you're
it ain't nothing Android, man.
yeah, and you're already starting to slide into another night. Like the sun is beginning to set on this day as well. You know, when you guys met Fang Titan, that was a nighttime thing too, you know? And you all made it back early this day and have been dealing with all of this throughout the day, and now night is beginning to fall as well. You know?
Okay, well, we'll
And
let
that-
the baby sleep on it, and then we'll take in and
Yeah, that keeps that in line with the idea of what is going on with Uquill and Yoshi and Agaragis, you know, because Uquill, Agaragis, and Dodd have all camped at least one night, you know. So to keep that in perspective, at any point in time of them escaping Alistair Blackcloak, running through the anus of that giant creature, and then seeing that wall and traveling its entire width, and then camping out that night, at any point in time, everything you guys have been dealing with, they've, you know, that's all been happening, you know, side by side. And I just want to point that out so you guys get an idea of how this is working, you know?
yeah, fair enough.
Which brings me, while you guys are figuring out what to do, we are actually going to jump over to Agaragis and Uquill and what is going on with them. Because what Otis just witnessed gives you an idea of something, you know? And we're about to find out what that something is. So, when we last left off with Uquill, Agaragis, they were standing there. You guys had just discovered that traveling alongside that crystal wall, that it's an entire circle. You ended up right back where you were. And that's when Dodd looked up and decided that the only way out is going to be up, that you're going to have to climb that wall. To put things into perspective for your characters, how is Uquill feeling about this situation now?
What do you mean?
Well, you just traveled a glorified circle. For one, you know?
I thought we established that I was quite annoyed.
Yeah. And yeah, but that was like 2 weeks ago. So I'm just bringing it back to present.
He's fucking annoyed.
Yeah.
There we go.
And yeah. And now Dodd is talking about having to possibly climb this wall, which he was talking about, you know, previously, that even disturbing this wall is a bad idea. You know, so yeah. He's annoyed. How is Agaragis feeling about this turn of events?
Unconscious.
Oh, you know, pretty chill.
just chill, huh? Just like, yeah, okay.
Not his first time go around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so Dot is looking at that, and he looks at you, Uquil, and he's like, and he looks. He says, "Oh, okay. We're gonna have to climb this." Says if there was any other way, I'd opt to do that, right?
Yeah.
Says, all right, well, if you have any ideas, I'm all ears. To be clear, I'm not testing you here. There is no right or wrong answer. It's just...
No, I'm just looking through some shit. Just like, well, so many fucking things. Yeah. I guess that's our course of action, unfortunately.
Just nods and says, all right then. And he watches that staff he's always carrying, just kind of like starts to shrink and form into the palm of his hand. And you watch as it looks like an enlarged vein begins to form in his wrist and then forearm and up his bicep and into his shoulder as the staff just shrinks inside of it. And then you watch as the vein it looks like it's bulging, and then it just kind of whoop and vanishes into his arm.
Fun.
So, yeah, well, he says, we're absorbent and yellow and porous. He doesn't really say that. Yeah.
Hashtag question mark?
Yeah, question mark? That is a long running joke for you Golden Wonders out there. That is an inside joke that you may actually get in on someday, actually.
Get in on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's gonna need to roll a climb.
Can Agaricus just like start singing "Climb" by Miley Cyrus?
Yeah. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
Spacer. Hold on.
I don't know why they would want to.
So Agaricus begins to sing "Climb" then?
Yeah.
Okay. Give us a little No, I'm just kidding. I want you to sing. Yeah. You want to talk about putting somebody on the spot? Well, you're gonna actually have to sing now, so no. Agaricus starts to sing "Climb" though, and Dodd like reaches over and just kind of slaps you on the top of your mushroom, like your mushroom top. Just kind of like, like a reverse mushroom stamp. Just, and he looks at you, Agaricus, and he says, "Be quiet. There are still things that dwell inside this wall that will not hesitate to eat us."
Did she? She was just trying to light.
It's like, oh. He says, no, don't lighten the mood. And he begins to climb up. He rolled an 18.
Oh, I didn't.
No, you did not.
25.
Nice. All right, so of course,
I realize the
Uquill
black dice doesn't come in very good. Maybe it's a different one next time.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. As far as it's going, nobody failed horrendously. So the marching order actually, oddly enough, is Uquill. No, Uquill's always been good at climbing, though. I'll give him. Yeah.
It's usually other small things that we have to do while we climb.
A little bit more agile things that he has a little bit of trouble with because he's big and bulky. But yeah.
Well, the sad part is I take a huge hit to even this, due to my armor. But at the same time, like I have so much other shit. I'm just like, I'm strong enough.
Right. Well, yeah, but you're making good strides up there, and Dodd is a little ways behind you, but he's doing good. But all the way below you guys is Agaragis. And I would say Agaragis is a good 60, 70 feet behind you. You know, from where Dodd is. Right? And then Dodd is probably like 15 feet away from you. So, you know, so do that math. It's like a 75 feet away from is where Agaragis is. From your position, Agaragis is 75. From Dodd, it's 60.
You didn't tell me math was going to be involved.
Yeah, well, I almost didn't want to, but I guess just to put it in perspective. However, this isn't the toughest wall to climb either. You know, all the crystals that are jutting out of this thing, it's not like trying to climb like an ice wall where it's just ridges and slick substance. It's got the ridges like you would expect on an ice wall, but it's got crystals coming out of it too that make great handholds for you guys to grab a hold of and pull yourselves up on in pretty well placed locations. Also, it's not the worst thing. It's just kind of taxing, and because out of the three of you, Agaragis is quite small. Their legs are a little shorter. Their arms are a little bit more stubby. They are just struggling a little bit more to put it in perspective, while Uquill is able to grab a hold of these crystals and just pull himself up, find footing on other crystals to pull himself up, and Dodd is kind of doing the same thing, only every once in a while he may have to like swing and kind of grab a hold and pull, you know. Agaragis is like flat out like pulling themselves up on crystals, standing on one, standing up, grabbing a hold of the next one, pulling themselves up, you know. They're literally having to platform their way up. But with that said, nobody is 100% struggling, and nobody has messed up at all. What makes this somewhat a pain in the butt is just how the sheer magnitude, the sheer height of this thing. Like, you know, Uquill, you are like virtually blind down here to begin with. You know, every crystal you go to grab for, you're not even sure if there's going to be a crystal there until you pull yourself up and see one. You know, because you've got what was it, like 15 feet? You can see about 15 feet ahead of you, something like that. In darkness, 20 foot. Okay, so it's
20 foot low light vision, but yeah.
So it's a little bit better, but yeah, low light vision. Well, fortunately, the crystal wall though is putting off enough light that it's probably increased that to a greater extent. You know. It's not that bad, but every once in a while, you know, but the problem is even with all that light shining from this strangely glowing wall, you still cannot see the top of it. And you can only wonder if Agaragis or Dodd, you know, because they see perfectly in the dark, if they can even see the top of it, just because of they say don't look down, right? You know, when you're doing something like that, because that will intimidate you, right? But looking up is very disheartening as well, because it looks like it has no end. And eventually, eventually you come up to a cloister of these crystals, big enough to literally like stand on. You could sit on it, you could rest, you know, like it is a good sized platform of just outcroppings of crystals that you guys could come to a halt on. And Dot actually calls up to you, Quill, and asks if you can wait up. Just wait for him up there on that platform, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Equal just kind of sighs and is like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, all right, fine then.
Yeah, he's of the forced march mindset. Just get it over with.
Yeah, this is yeah, been here before.
Mm-hmm.
Dodd eventually like catches up to you. Doesn't take him too long, and he manages to scramble up onto that platform, and he looks down, and Agaragis, you're still quite a ways down there. It's going to be a minute before you catch up to them. And while you're down there, Dodd, while Agaragis can't hear you guys, he looks at you, Quill, and he says, I don't know if Agaragis is going to make it all the way up this wall.
Equal just kind of looks at him and he's like, mm-hmm.
Like every time Dodd like looks down at Agaragis, you know, his little plumage kind of flaps in the wind. It's still it's still a pretty disturbing sight, you know. He doesn't have a head, you know, where his neck is or where his shoulders are and a neck and a head should be. It's that bouquet of different fungi and underground flowers and plants, and all around it, it looks like he's just got a very large collar that looks like just split mushroom tops. And he looks down there, and he looks back up at you, and he's like, he goes, I only bring this up is because I know you're not pleased with Agaragis. I know you're not. And I know the rest of your group is probably not pleased with Agaragis right now, but I want you... You're a military man, aren't you?
You could say that.
Well, I imagine you're not anymore, correct?
More so than I'd like to be sometimes, but yes.
Well, in your days of service, weren't you involved in things that normally you wished you didn't have to do, but you did it because your superiors expected it of you?
Equal kind of chuckles. He's like, yeah, that'd be the problem with me sometimes.
Says precisely. In an odd way, you and Agaragis are in the same boat, or at least you've been where Agaragis is now. He says, I have no intention of giving this time frame to Loth. Not even a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Says it. She would eventually find a way to open it, and she would use it. And I can't be for sure what she was going to use it for. And unlike my mother, I don't have any love for the drow. And he just kind of spits. You don't actually see like a mouth open up and spit. Just out of this bouquet, all of a sudden you see this very viscous mucus just slap against the stone, the crystal wall. And it's... You've seen some gross things in your day, but something is just really just gross about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Euclid's like, please refrain from doing that again.
Says, I'm sorry.
And like he visibly like, it's more of like a, he kind of like rubs his eyes like, it's gonna fucking haunt me. You know what I mean? It just. That's the
You know.
only indication that he's, like disturbed by it, but it's, it's definitely like that. Yeah.
It's almost like
fucking-
I can't be for sure what that is even.
Yeah.
Like, what is that? Is that mucus? Where did it come from?
There's questions and I don't want the answers. I just don't.
Says
I
I
just pretend it didn't happen.
yeah. Dodd just kind of chuckles at this. He's like, oh. He's like, I'm sorry. The drow, I think the only thing I detest more than the illithid is the drow. I don't even hate the beholders as much as I dislike the drow and the illithid. At least the Council of the Eye Tyrants stay to themselves. You know what I mean?
Equal just looks at him and he's like, He's like, I don't like where this conversation just went. Why do we speak of these things?
Says, because I have no intention of ensuring that the drow get their hands on the time frame. But I'm going to have to hide it. And that's going to require us to separate. But I can't take a Garrigus with me. And he just kind of, he holds that silence for a minute, purposefully, as if he's hoping you can understand what he's trying to tell you. He's like, Agargus has potential. And I feel like you're a man who understands what it means to have potential and begin to embark upon it. At all costs, perhaps. Says, I will need you to, I ask you, I beseech you to watch over Agargus in my absence and give them a chance to prove themselves.
He has the time frame, right?
Huh? Yeah, he has the time frame, yeah.
And he's like, and I suppose you plan on trying to take that with you?
He says, believe me, where I'm taking it, you don't want to go. He says, believe me, you'll know where it's at. 100%. You will have no question in your mind. And you can always come back and get it. But for now, I have to store it away until you have until you and yours have the proper resources to come and get it. I don't know why the one Agargus took it from has it, but it wasn't closed for him. It closed for you and I. It will not let us use it.
It was mine.
So it's just as useless to you as it is to me. However, that will only deter Loth for so long. She'll eventually find a way through. And we can't let that happen. And then he spits at the wall again.
Equal size. Heavily.
Because when we were camping, I rooted myself in the ground and it was pretty empty. I felt Agaragus's pain. Agaragus isn't used to not having anything to feel. And I don't know if you know this or not, but this place is quite unfeeling. It is quite cold. However,
Equal just chuckles and looks around. He's like, say.
Says, well, however, I am not a conjurer of cheap tricks.
I'll throw you off this fucking thing.
He said, I know just right above us there is a small settlement of Myconid. They're not like us. Agaragis and I. No, I didn't. But I thought about it after I said, and I said, well, we're committed now.
Say, Drake, I hear you like him, yo.
Yeah. He says they'll like Agaragis because they're probably a minor. No, he says
minor.
He says no, but he does stop. He does say
You started it.
yeah. Well, no,
Don't get mad at me.
I didn't do it on purpose.
It's not my fault.
Yeah, it ain't my fault. Did I do that? All right. No, but he says these Myconid don't belong to our society. They're outcasts. They went their own way. I don't know how they made it so far in the in-between, and I don't care, but I discovered them, and they're up there somewhere. When we separate, I've already talked to them. They're waiting. They'll give you the signal. Go with them. You and Agaragis have to get out of this place so you can let the others know where they can find the time frame. Says, I have no reason to lie to you. You are allowed to roll a sense motive if you like. If you are unsure of his, I'm just letting you know. Yeah.
Uqual doesn't like it. Okay. Let's see if you can see the blue dice better.
All I can see is your screen, your actual screen.
There you go. He figured it out, chat.
Yeah.
Motive.
I remembered. Yeah. I remembered that you don't roll on the. Yeah. First time. Yeah.
19.
19. So there is something that nags you about this whole thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not necessarily that you feel like he's being nefarious.
Okay.
And honestly, the one thing you can tell about this is that Dodd does care about Agaragis more than he does about the time frame in of itself.
Okay.
You get the idea that he's almost like bargaining the time frame as a bargaining chip for Uquil to protect Agaragis. Like I have the time.
Bold move, Cotton.
I have the let's see if it works out for him. It's like it's almost like he is saying that though. Like I have the time frame, and you could kill me in a weird roundabout way. That's what he said. You could kill me and take it, or you could try. One way or the other, but you won't be able to use it anyways either. Right?
I don't think he understands Uquil doesn't necessarily want to use it though.
Yeah, just wants it. Yeah.
It's mine.
It'll be useless in a sense. However, he's not saying that, that he's going to take it away. He's just saying, let me hide it to ensure Loth can't have it.
Yeah.
But in order to do that, I need you to protect Agaragis because, Agaragis is his pupil.
Yeah.
Like he could see you he could see you studying him, and he says, I'm not capable of having children. Not like other Myconid. I'm a mutation, as it were.
Yeah. Okay.
Says Agaragis is the closest thing to a child I will ever have. And there's not too many of my kind anyways. There are different kinds of what I am, but the particular kind that I belong to, we are very few and far between. Other androgyny get enough pupils that they never feel totally alone. And that is not the case with me. So every single Pion Mender I can help and protect, I will do that. Goes, are you a father, Uquil?
Uquil kind of sighs. He's like, oh yeah.
Because I don't know. Well, first of all, I don't know why you're down here and not with your child, but and he really says it like that. There's almost like a judgment in his voice for a minute there, and he goes, but regardless of that, you have your reasons, and I'm sure you can understand what it means to protect that which is, in essence, carrying your bloodline.
Yeah.
Says if you could protect that, wouldn't you?
I mean, I suppose.
Says then do this for me. Says we have a deal then.
Sure.
So he just kind of releases all this air. He's like, and it's about that time you realize that while he's been talking, he's been kind of waving one hand in the air, kind of talking with his hands. And it has drawn your attention, but now that he's relaxed, you realize his other hand was kind of flexed as if he was ready to shoot like a load of snot at you. Like a load of spores just right at you. Like, all right, then commence in battle, you know? But he just kind of relaxes. He's like, oh. He says, thank you. He says, you don't know how much this means to me. And
I guess.
Agaragis, you have managed to make your way up there about, a few minutes after both of them have just become quiet. And just before you get to the top, you kind of hear Dodd say something to you, Quill. And you can roll to see if you can get a listen on that. If you want.
Yeah,
That is the coolest one I've found so far.
Yeah, that's neat.
You see it? No, like you see it, like it's registering the voice, everything. Like
I like that. Yeah, that is really cool.
That's honestly why I picked it. Like not for the character. Like I saw all the customization options I'm dicking with right now, trying to see what.
Is that supposed to be Asuka?
Doesn't say, to be honest with you. But
Kind
probably.
of bad though. Anyways, sorry about that.
Anyways. Agaragis, you don't really hear it. You just hear that Dot is saying something to you, Quill, but you don't pick up on it, But Dodd does tell you, Quill, just before Agaragis gets up there within good earshot, he says, I promise you one day Agaragis will prove themselves. And you'll realize that this wasn't such a bad thing. He says once they unlock their full potential, the Pion Mender is second to none. About that time, Agaragis, you finally make your way up there, and Dodd gets a hold of your hand and pulls you up. He says, Agaragis, why don't you climb onto Uquil's back and let him carry you up the rest of the way. You are falling behind, and frankly, it's irritating me a little bit.
He kind of looks at Dodd, kind of half, like his head half cocked, and he's like, okay.
Says, hurry up, you're falling way too behind, and we're losing time here. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
He just goes ahead and starts climbing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yuko just kind of looks at him like, damn it.
He just kind of flutters his plumage at you, Uquil, and he's like, kind of gives you like a thumbs up, like a hidden thumbs up. He says, all right, let's get going. And you all begin to climb some more. Go ahead and roll me a climb. Let's just see what happens. But Uquil, you roll the climb.
Okay. Uh, 20.
20? Okay, Dodd rolled a 16. So again, you're kind of gapping him. Only you're gapping him a little stronger this time. But I mean, that's kind of relative actually, because the last time you rolled a 25, he rolled an 18. Now you rolled a 20, he rolled a 16. So that's a relative thing. You're not gapping him really as nearly as much as you were before, you know? You could look at it as you guys were just moving a little faster the last time. But now that Agaragis is like piggybacking you, that's added a little bit of extra weight. You know what I mean? On top of the fact that you've got a sword, a shield, armor, all that. And now you've got this 4-foot tall myconid holding on to you with its little mushroom top brushing across your cheek every once in a while. It feels exactly like you think it does. Whatever feeling you're feeling from that, that's it. But Dodd is, yeah, but Dodd is like, you know, he's doing a pretty good job at keeping up. And eventually you guys, Uquil, you know, you're climbing that thing, man. And lots of thoughts are running through your head right now, I imagine. What is Uquil thinking about right now as he climbs this wall? You know, every time he looks up, every time he allows himself to like really look up, I mean, it's just that wall is just up there.
Yeah.
You know? But judging from what Dodd told you, it does have an end because he said there's myconid up there somewhere.
Hey. I'm not sure fucking like, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to say what he's feeling per se. Just more than like annoyed. Does that make sense? Like, he doesn't like he's not a big fan of the games. You know what I mean? Like, do this, do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, like but do I have to? You know what I mean?
Would you say it all goes back to the one thing that Uquil struggles with the most, and that is the idea of powerlessness? He like, likes to be in control, and he hates it when he's in situations where the control really isn't his to have.
Yeah,
in that sense,
he's not a big fan of it. Yeah, he's just like, this is not exactly kosher to him.
What about Agaragis as you guys climb up there? Agaragis, you're holding on, piggybacking off of Uquil. The boots, your special boots, have cinched themselves up onto him and are holding you on there. What is going through Agaragis's mind as this takes place, and the abrupt way that Dodd was the abrupt way that Dodd was suddenly speaking to you, because he's always been kind of kind, and this time he seemed a little bit more brash.
He's kind of thinking like, well, I don't climb that slow. I got tiny legs. Like, if he was that upset about it, he should have helped me out.
Did some.
So Agaricus is confused with their feelings right now. They're just like, I don't get it. Is that it, really? Like, I mean, when I say is that it, really, I don't mean that like, really, that's it. I mean more like, am I understanding that correctly? Like, you know, it is what you're thinking is very viable. I'm not trying to downplay that at all. It sounded like I was, but I didn't mean to.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'm to understand that correctly though, like they're just confused, like what is going on type of thing, like.
Yeah, like what, you know, just because I was climbing, he changed his mood, you know. Right. So these thoughts go through your heads as you're climbing up that. Before you know it, Quill, you reach up and you feel flat. You feel that wall mesa at the top.
Mm-hmm.
You have made it to the top. And you pull yourself up there and get Agaricus off of your back and on the ground. You know? And you're feeling a little winded. You know, this was not happy fun time, you know?
Yeah.
And as you and Agaricus look down, you see that Dodd has allowed himself to fall considerably behind. Like he has put a huge distance between you guys and himself. You know, to put it into perspective, he hasn't become a dot. Like you can see him pretty good. But if you didn't have the natural light that the crystals are putting, this crystal wall is putting off, you wouldn't be able to see him at all. It is only because they have added vision. You know, Agaricus, you can see him perfectly. And you realize he's no longer climbing at all. He's just kind of hanging there on the wall watching you guys. And you watch Quill as he allows the staff to grow itself back up out of his arm, and he's holding on to it now. It just, you know. And he hollers. Yeah. And he hollers up at you, Quill, and he's just like, you remember what you told me, Quill? You promised me. And he begins to tap on the wall as hard as he can. And even at this distance, Quill and Agaricus, you guys can feel it in your feet. At first, it's very subtle, like a light hum on the bottoms of your feet and the balls of your foot and your toes.
Mm-hmm.
But the vibration grows and begins to work its way into your entire foot. And then it works its way up into your ankles and then into your shins and calves, all the way up until it's in your knees, your thighs, your torso, until that vibration is filling your entire beings. And you realize something is close. And you watch as the crystal wall comes busting open. And out pops this giant freaking worm creature. Whose its face looks more like a beak. And I guess purple is kind of a misnomenclature. It's like a purplish pink color.
Mm-hmm.
And its face is more like a beak. But out of that beak
are a bunch of freaking like squid tentacles just coming out of its mouth as it comes busting out of this freaking wall, and it is huge. Like its entire body doesn't even come out. You are pretty sure that you are only seeing the tip of the iceberg as this thing comes busting out. But as it comes busting out of this hole, it comes busting out exactly in the spot Dodd is in as it comes out and devours him completely into itself. And the tentacles are just writhing around all crazy as it's just whipping around out of the hole for a minute. And then
one more for the people in the back.
And you watch as the tentacles in its mouth just kind of slap against the wall and feel around like it's looking for more. It just wants more. And once it's completely satisfied, the tentacles retract back into the beak mouth, and you watch as the worm retreats back inside the crystal wall.
Well,
And the both of you look down at that extremely dismayed by the turn of events that you have just witnessed.
that's definitely something.
Any thoughts from Agargus on this matter? Don't be afraid to just chime in. If something bothers Agargus, feel free to just cut in at any time and be like, I'd like to talk about this.
He like kind of is questioning it, and he's like, is that Dodd or did it eat Dodd?
Does Agargus just think it, or do they say it out loud? I guess what I'm asking is, he says it out loud?
Yeah.
All right, so they're throwing that out there as a question.
Oh, he's still fucking dead. I don't think there's a world where that was supposed to happen. Maybe it was. Fuck, I don't know. But it don't look good. Yeah, Yuko doesn't know a nice way of saying that. That motherfucker just got himself killed. Stat. What the fuck? That is literally the fuck, man.
So how? Okay. So you get your answer
Yes.
there, Agargus. Now, how does Agargus feel?
Well, pretty sad. He's not very thrilled about this experience.
When
Can I use my defender ability? Or my defender shield on Uquil?
sure.
Alright, but
So Uquil, as you guys are watching that, Agargus turns and you watch as their buckler glows in your direction, and then you watch as a protective shell, forms around you for a minute and glows, whoom, and then it's just gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yuko just kind of looks at him. He's like, I appreciate the sentiment, but I think we're good at the moment. Question mark. Like, he's like, I don't know what the fuck's happening, but I don't like any of it. Like, time to go. Looking at.
Yeah, this mesa is huge too. It is the entire length of that circle you guys walked. You know what I mean? It stretches out so far you can't even see the end of it. You know? However, as you're having this conversation and everything, that vibration you felt, how it worked its way up your body, eventually it works its way down in the same way, until eventually you can't even feel it anymore in the bottoms of your feet. It's just completely gone.
Yeah.
Taking Dodd and the time frame with it. Somewhere in this wall.
I'm so pissed.
Somewhere in this wall.
So pissed off.
Where is Mao Ying? Inside. Somewhere inside. 100 points to whoever can figure that one out. I will give a heroic point if anyone gets that reference.
Fuck you. He just ran off with my stuff.
As soon as that subsides, though, you guys hear a whistle. Like, I can't really do it, but it's one of those like signaling whistles. Yeah, just kind of like a, you know. And then you see a torch get lit. And you realize that you are right above your heads is yet another giant hole. It's probably about like 80 feet up in the air, but it is a giant hole, and you realize that this entire room is just a domed room with a giant freaking with a massive, like, tall, wide freaking crystal pillar in the center of it. And then right above your heads at the top of the dome is another hole. And when you hear that whistle, you see the torch get lit from the top of that hole and thrown down to you to signal you, hey, up here. And a rope ladder is lowered down to you. You all are allowed to play as much D&D as you like about this.
Yeah, Yuko just sighs and he's like, all right then.
What about a Garrigus?
He's still riding on the back of Yuko, right?
No, you got down. You got down and watched it happen. Like, Uquill took you off his back and set you down. But I mean, you can get back on his back. I don't care. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
He just starts scaling Uquill.
Yeah, Yuko just sighs. He's like,
You guys climb up the rope ladder. No roll necessary. It's a ladder, for crying out loud, and you're not necessarily under distress or anything. You guys climb up the ladder, and when you get to the top, you see about 4 Myconid. They are 4 feet tall. Only, Agargus, they are strange to you too. Now, they're strange to you not in their existence. You know that there are Myconid that fall away from Myconid society. You know? You've been told before about these types of Myconid, they're not like us. But what is strange to you about them is the way they look. Their mushroom tops, for instance, aren't these well, they're not these gorgeous arrays of different kinds of mushrooms with the fungus. Theirs look more pointed, almost like they're just wearing hats. And their bodies, they're what do you call it, the mycelium or whatever? You know what I'm talking about? Looks more stringy and torn up. They look like they live hard. Everything about them looks a little dry, if you will. They look almost dehydrated. But with them, They also have what looks like these large. I mean, they're not large in the sense. They're large compared to a myconid, right? They're large for myconid. Think of them as the size of bulldogs. These bulldog-sized, they look like little fat ticks. Only their bodies are covered in what looks like a mushroom top, a fungi top. Only they look like their entire body is made out of that. They got these red dots all over them, and they've got no eyes, but they've got these large, elongated mouths that are just full of rows of teeth. And they got these fat little stubby legs and stubby little arms. And like I said, they just look like these fat little tick creatures. That just look like they're living mushroom tops that are mutated, being held on leashes by these myconid. And the little fat tick creatures are just like, and Agaragis, you are also familiar with these things, although you weren't sure if they actually existed or if they were just like a horror story told to young myconid to scare them. But these are the androgyne that never turn into anything. Like some androgyne turn into pion menders, some turn into death caps, some turn into the watchful blight. These never turn into anything. These things never mutate beyond being what they are now. And they are just a completely, well, they're terrifying to you in the sense that you realize I could have been one of these things. And the myconid who are standing there, one of them steps forward and looks at you two and raises a hand, and then slowly raises the other hand to show you they're not holding any weapons. And they say, well, they look, motion at you, Agaragis, and they say, "Are you the one we talked to?"
He doesn't mean like when I touched him with my little web underground, right?
You didn't touch anybody underground. Now, the only one you touched was Dodd.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was just we got to a certain area and it felt very sinister.
Well, yeah, that's this area. It felt sinister because you couldn't feel anybody else. You see what I'm saying? Like it was, you felt utterly alone. Like if Dodd hadn't been there, you wouldn't have felt anybody. And you're like, the nature here even is like very slim to none. You know what I mean? It'd have been like eating the corner of a saltine cracker and saying you're full, because that's all you can get, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he is asking, he is raising both his hands, and he's looking at you, Agaragis, more than he is Uquill, because he knows Uquill isn't capable of this. But he's looking at you and he says, "Are you the one we talked to?"
Kind of just confused.
He looks at you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, he's probably, he's sitting there thinking to himself, and he's like, maybe Dodd, but I don't recall talking to anybody down here.
Yeah. Do you say that to him or what?
Yeah.
He says, "Dodd." Yes, Dodd. That's what he said his name was. Are you not Dodd?
He just shakes his head no.
He just looks at he like lowers his hands and turns and looks at the others and he says, no Dodd. They're just kind of murmuring, oh, no. Meanwhile, the little fat blight androgyne are just like, and he turns back around and raises his hands slowly again and he says, Dodd where? Dodd talk.
Dodd gone?
Dodd gone?
Dodd gone.
He turns and looks at the others again and says, he says, Dodd gone. And they're just like, oh. Once again, says, where to? Where to have gone, Dodd?
Brain malfunction.
He just motions down to the little tentacle monster thing, if you can see it.
No, it's gone.
Oh,
Like,
it's, oh,
yeah, that it retreated back into the wall.
Is there pieces of Dodd down there?
Nope, that thing swallowed him whole.
Alright, well, he says, Dodd and belly.
When you say that, his arms just flop to either side. Walks up to you very slowly and holds out his hand, and you watch as a root grows from his hand. And then he just points at it. He points at you, Quill, and then at you, Agargus, and he says, grab.
Question marks.
He says, you grab you.
He says, okay, grab.
So, Agargus, you grab the root. What about you, Quill? Do you grab the root?
I guess so.
So you guys grab the root, and all of a sudden, like, your ears just kind of boom, and it sounds like they're being tuned. It just you hear him. So sorry about this, but I realized that we weren't getting anywhere trying to communicate in the conventional sense.
Oh,
Because I am one of the lost.
Word.
Yeah. We don't have the luxury of being able to connect anymore. And as you can see, it kind of makes our physical personas kind of deteriorate. Fortunately, we still have these abilities, and so this will help, I think. Yeah, so the one known as Dodd contacted us a while ago, telling us that they were gonna have to make their way up the the wall, and he said that he was bringing friends and that you all needed shelter, but Dodd didn't make it?
No. Oh, no.
Dodd got swallowed.
That must have been what he meant by, you know, I'm sending you friends. Makes sense now. I'm sending you friends. Mark the spot. Okay, well, I'm sure you're still willing to honor his promise, correct?
Kill him!
Does Quill say that to him? I'm gonna kill him. Because I
Oh
see
yeah, that comes out. That comes out.
Dodd didn't tell
Motherfucker.
you. It's not a difficult task, really. Look, I'll level with you. We're dying. We keep getting pushed out every place with resources. You know, the in-between is kind of a, well, you know by now.
Yes, it's a fun place.
Says, yes, well, yes, well, fortunately though, there is a spot. It is a nice little pool, water area, and it's just got a few pests, and if you could help us clear them out, I would really appreciate that.
I don't like the way he said that.
Do what?
I don't like the way he said that. Like it's all kosher. It's all good in the hood. It is so not.
He said, well, I mean, Dodd did say that you have quite a capable group and that we needed to help you reunite with them. And if we did that, you and your group would help us clear out that hole. So me and mine can survive. I would highly appreciate it.
Equal sides. He's like, God damn it.
So is that an okay or what? I have no idea what I'm supposed to take from that.
Equals, like, he's trying to decide if he wants to fucking lose his shit or not. If we're being honest.
Good.
Yeah.
These are the quandaries that I like to put the party in. Yes. Well, here's a thought too. What is Agaragis thinking about this? Also, because there are two of you.
He's just trying to take it in, like, he's not quite sure which way to, he's like a,
Like, okay. Like, no, like, you know, I guess I'm trying to, they're just not really sure what the heck has happened now, right?
right.
Like, I guess, is it fair to say that Agaragis really just can't understand why Dodd did what Dodd did in the first place? Or what?
Well, he's like, he knew to trust Dodd, but he's also like, well, I know that he also was working for, like, my God, so he's just trying to wrap his head around it.
Okay. So you quill.
Yeah, fuck. I'm trying to wrap my head around it so I can make like how you Quill would feel about it. And all the answers just are yes, yes. All of yes, mad, kill it all. He wants to set everything ablaze right now.
the Myconid can feel your, the Lost can feel your hesitation, even your anger, because you can kind of feel his too, you know what I mean? And you feel him feel kind of nervous, not so much scared, just kind of nervous, almost like, oh man, are they backing out? And he says, well, to sweeten the pot, I guess it makes more sense now that what Dodd was asking us to do. We're going down there at great cost to trace that thing's pattern. He said he was going to need us to mark it. He's like, whatever Dodd did down there, he wants us to follow him and make sure that when the time comes, we'll be able to accurately guide you to where he's at, I guess.
Yeah, that part.
And we know that is not a happy place. There are Neolithid in there. I don't know if you've seen one or not, but they're giant crystallized pink worms they're basically bastardy lithid is what they are.
Happiness. All the happiness.
Because we're going to have to try and survive going into that hole you said he vanished into to find him and make sure that we can guide you guys back to him when the time comes. How did he make a hole that big to travel? Did you just come across the hole and he said, go on up, and he went into the hole to hide, or what? Because that's pretty brave of him to hide inside that place.
No, he decided to get a stupid ass eat. He says it flatly like that, like he's beyond annoyed.
Yeah. You can feel the tension now, like mount. It's so much that despite yourselves, you all feel tense. As I see. Why would he?
And fucking. Woosah.
He wants us to track a Neolith?
Evidently, he wants
us
me
to
to clear
track
out a cavern for you and then follow you to where. Yeah, a lot of things weren't explained.
Oh, well, we've got a shortcut out of the in-between. Yeah. We can get you out of the in-between. I don't know if you're aware of this or not. He's like, but there's a reason why the Lost, our type of Myconid, we just don't feel the same way that the typical Myconid do. We don't believe in worshiping a demon queen. I don't care if she's our creator or not. You know who else worships demons? Drow. And he spits on the ground. And even though you can tell where the spit came from, it's still bad. Yeah, it's still just, you're still not sure if that's actually saliva. He's like, psst. He goes, the Drow worship demons. And I understand that, yeah, sure, she created us, but sometimes, yeah, I'm just not. And so we come to the in-between and we learn some tricks on how to travel the in-between. How to fast travel the in-between, as it were. We can get you to the east underworld fairly quickly.
Hell yeah.
And I guess my guys will go and track that Neolithid, because for whatever reason Dodd said he needed to hide in there. I didn't realize he was trying to hide his dead body. What is so important about his dead body that you're going to need to come back and find him later? Because there's no way he survived that.
Yeah, I have the same feeling.
Oh no, I know.
The long story, man.
Says, all right, well, if you make that agreement, we'll track him. You can go and get your group and come back to us and help us clear out that cavern, and then we'll guide you to whatever fresh layer of hell Dodd has ended up in.
Yeah. Yeah. He's not happy about it, but he's not seeing very many options. He's fucking not happy though. Yeah.
Says good and sucks back in the root. He turns around and looks at the others and he says, "Them help!" They're all just like, "Yay!" Turns and looks at you, Agargus, and you, Quill, and he's like, "You come, you follow. Come now." And you all begin to follow them to where they're taking you. What is Otis, Zoltan, and Android now doing? After having realized what is going on, where you guys located Agargus and Uquill, you have discovered a lot. And there was the sun setting. What is y'all decided to do now? What is your next course of action?
Well, I thought we had decided that we were gonna hunker down for the night, since we're not trying to force march right now. Or maybe we are, I don't know.
Maybe bad.
Yeah, I just assumed we had come to that consensus that we would rest for the night and then go after the Kuatoa in the morning, but unless everybody wants to just do it now. I was just thinking of avoiding fatigue.
It's nap time.
That's good. It's nap time.
It is nap time. All right. What does Zoltan think?
He still doesn't like this place.
Dude, at least somebody's on Uquil's level. Oh, shit.
That's mercy.
A lot. That's Rias.
He's not one of them.
I just keep on looking. Well, I'm just trying not to do because they're dual monitor sets, is what it is. So on my right screen, it stretches all the way across. So I'm just finding different ones. See what, like, 'cause they don't tell you what you can customize until you download it.
Right. Well, so you all hunker down. I assume you each go to your individual rooms.
No, I thought I would crash with, Zoltan and Chumi.
Type shit. Understandable.
Chumi's still with the Bunzai. Zoltan hasn't even tried to go and get her yet.
Keeping her out of it till we're officially leaving.
She's there in spirit.
Yeah. And
like
Android's there to watch the entire thing.
He wants to see the spirit rise.
Every last
Make sure
bit
they're
of
doing
it.
things correctly.
Y'all give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna pause the stream real quick. Okay, so all right, so this is where we're at now. So Zoltan, Otis, and Android, you all lay down to go to bed in your different rooms, I'm assuming. And give me a breakdown of, we'll start with Otis. Otis, what does Otis do before, how does he go to bed? Like the last time he went to bed, he just completely hit the mattress and was out. Does anything change this time around, or?
I'd say instead of just immediately hitting the bed and immediately passing out, he's just gonna sit there for a minute, just thinking about the whole shaking issue that he's been having. Just thinking more on that.
Okay, pondering where that's all coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how best to deal with that. All right. What about Zoltan? When Zoltan goes to bed, how is Zoltan feeling?
He's thinking about what just happened all today.
How does that make him feel?
He doesn't like it. He doesn't like the corrupt way they did the things.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And this is a drow, ladies and gentlemen. This is a drow who doesn't like the corruption of government. The corruption of this government.
Something about this particular drow.
Mm-hmm. Yep. What about Android?
Android says his prayers and goes the fuck to sleep. He's done with it. He's not even gonna meditate. He's gonna straight up sleep. He's like, nah. I ain't dealing with this.
Right. I suppose it's fair to say that Solar hasn't been with you this entire time when you guys got arrested, and it's something I should retcon in there. When you guys got arrested originally, he flew off. By the time you're going to bed, he comes flapping to your window and just kind of sits on the perch and looks at you when you get done with your prayers, and he's like, I wasn't sure if I was going to have to break you guys out or not.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were gonna have to break out or not.
Like, what exactly happened? He's like, I thought you guys were, in the good, excuse me, I thought you guys were in the good graces of these people.
Well, we are. We're just not in the particular good graces of Koto Kai. I may have went over his head on a couple of business dealings, so he was a little pissed at me and was trying to stab me in the back, but we got it all figured out. And then he gives him the rundown about what ended up happening with Lao D, And he's like, so that has sorted itself out in some manner, albeit a little bit of a dirty one. He kind of scratches his cheek. He's like, I don't know exactly how I feel about the comeuppance of all of this, but perhaps it's for the best that we just allow them to handle their own business. Furthermore, we need to speak with the Kuatoa in the morning, and follow up on some leads about he who shall not be named.
He says, oh, I see. Well, then it's bedtime then, eh?
Perhaps.
He just hops into the room and kind of flies up onto a little desk, kind of, bunches up. He's for you Golden Wonders at home who are listening for the first time, Solar is a celestial eagle, meaning he's like a heavenly creature, as it were. Golden brown, and he seems to always kind of glow and have golden essence just kind of floating off of him at all times, you know, and he just kind of bunches up and, you know, like birds do, just kind of hikes up and he's like, all right then. He's just out. Yeah. He was tired. He's just. You realize he hasn't slept since that ordeal with Fang Titan, and that took a lot out of him to fly through that. You know, and he's just. No, I don't. No, I don't want the noodles. The noodles are too spicy. You eat them. And yeah, you all go to sleep, and eventually the next day comes through, and it's time to go. You all wake up and eat a meal, and meet up in the main hall of the Forgotten Palace. What is the plan? What are you guys going to tackle first?
Which would be closer to us? Would it be Yin and Yang, or would it be the Kuatoa?
Well, Yin and Yang are in the palace now.
They're in the palace with us.
Yeah, they're with Mazaru now. Yeah.
Well, I guess we go ahead and go do that first, by Android's estimation, since they're nearby.
All right. Otis, Zoltan, what are your guys' thoughts?
Let's do it.
Well, whatever.
All right. Just get me off this blasted continent already.
Yeah, let's finish. Let's wrap things up here.
Yeah.
Fuck this place. We've spent too much time here.
You guys make your way, yeah. You guys make your way to Mazaru's chambers. You've been there enough times that you see her sitting upon her red silken pillow. She is a dragoon as well. She is one of the blue and white chrysalline dragoon. You know, she's one of the ones that was born with wings. She's got long white hair. She's wearing this purple silk gown that is in the style of the continent as a whole, of Pangshun as a whole, you know, and she is sitting there, and as you guys enter, she looks at you expectingly and she says, "Oh, good, you've come. I was worried that you would leave without saying goodbye. I will be leaving soon for my hometown, Sa Ma Miao. And I was hoping that we would see each other one last time. You are still going to take my sons Yin and Yang with you to back home to meet their sister, their half-sister?"
Absolutely. It's why we're here.
She says, "Splendid. I'm so glad you guys have chosen to do that." And she just kind of smiles again. She says, "Yoshi, that was the mother of my grandmother. That was the mother of my grandmother. That was the name of my grandmother, you know. I told him that once."
I liked it the first time.
"Yeah, that was the mother of my grandmother. Yeah. That was my great-great-grandmother. Yeah." She's like, I told him that once. Yeah, that was my great-great-grandmother, the mother of my grandmother. I told him that once, and he, yeah. Which I'm not sure how it works for you all, but I actually got to meet my. She was a splendid woman. Says, anyways, enough of that. Says, Lao D informed me. So I suppose you all know that I performed a little chicanery. If it means anything to you all, if I may beseech your forgiveness, it was necessary.
I have just resolved to this idea that I don't know enough about your ways. So
She says, oh no, this would be filthy in any culture except maybe some. And she kind of quickly looks at Zoltan and then looks away.
oh yeah, Drow.
Yeah. She goes, except some. And she goes, and then there are some shogunates who applaud this kind of behavior. We, the Dragoon, are not as crafty. And so I feel like you deserve an explanation as to why my involvement was the way it was. I knew Kara Shin was up to something. I didn't know what. And I knew that he was not going to try and assassinate. I just knew that he was leading our people down a path that was going to cost us greatly. And I believed in you all enough to know that somehow you would uncover that in the end. In trying to investigate a false claim against him, you would find a real claim against him. I don't know if Fendoc or Lao D have talked to you all or not, but apparently he was bankrolling behind the scenes the Cao Zhu shogunate. He was bankrolling them. They were about to make a move on the Yakuzan shogunate. And he was going to help them do that because in turn, they were going to help him make a move on the Six Demon shogunate. The only difference is the Six Demon shogunate is far more to handle than the Yakuzan. That would have been far more easier for the Cao Zhu shogunate to handle than us to handle the Six Demon. I think Kara Shin just overplayed his hand. So
I'm not exactly any stranger to shisty dealings, unfortunately, so all is forgiven? He kind of shrugs and he's like, I'm not sure I'm the one that really needs to forgive here so much as be forgiven. He kind of looks away, you know?
Says no worries.
Like referring to Coralon or at the end.
She studies you for a minute and she says, don't worry about it. In a real way, you saved this shogunate. What Kara Shin couldn't have foreseen is even with Cao Zhu helping us, there was no way he was going to commit the kind of forces it would have required to handle the Six Demon shogunate. And what would have inevitably happened was we would have spread ourselves thin helping him with the Yakuzan, then turning around and trying to fight something of the nature of the Six Demons. And when we were weakened, Cao Zhu would have just moved in on us. Now, I can't be for sure of that, but it's what I would do. If I had any inclination to try and destroy these shogunates. And that's the biggest problem with having a shogun, is they're always trying to figure out how to take from the next guy.
Well, fair enough.
She's like, so I'm sorry we had to fool you, but I feel as if you knew what the future held, you might do something that inevitably changes it. Even if it's by accident. And I believed whatever future you do cause, is the correct path. After all, why would Coralon put his faith in you?
Fair enough.
No.
So, and with that, she just kind of claps her hands and she's like, boys, it's time to go. You watch as Yin and Yang come walking in. These are 9 foot tall dragoon because they are not pure blood dragoon, you know? They are rippling muscle, freaking buff, freaking, you know, guys. The one is blue and white and crystalline like his mother, and the other one is the black and red, charcoal, gray dragoon. And they come entering in, and they're like, Yin, the blue, he just looks at his mother and he says, are you sure, Mama? We've never been apart before, and who's gonna watch you? And she doesn't even answer. You just watch as a tear rolls down her cheek, and she looks away and she says, I will be fine. Your sister needs you now. Yang just kind of shrugs and he says, all right then. They both look at you guys and they're like, well, ready when you are, I guess. How we getting there?
Well, we're gonna experiment a little bit. Everybody, how did he say it? Do we gotta be, like, touching? I think we gotta be touching. Let's be touching, just to be safe.
You guys dogpile on one another.
Put
Android on the bottom.
Yeah, choose a buddy, put your hand on their shoulder, and everybody come back to me, you know?
So Zoltan and Otis, you guys touch Android's shoulders or whatever. Like Zoltan, it's kind of like a step ladder. Like you got Zoltan touching Android's shoulder, then Zoltan's reaching down and touching Otis's shoulder, and Otis turns to touch somebody's shoulder and realizes nobody's there.
I just looks around and is like, head down, arms to his side, just defeated.
Then Yin and Yang come up behind you guys, just towering over you. And Android, you feel on the shoulder that Zoltan's not touching, just this big old hand just rest on your shoulder that causes your knees to buckle a little bit. Zoltan, you feel a hand reach over and touch your shoulder, just rest down on your shoulder, and it causes your knees to buckle a little bit. You're like, oh, good grief. And in unison, both Yin and Yang both say, ready.
Oceans. Well, Android pulls out the Eye of the Storm. And he's like, everybody hold on tight. And he does his best.
As you do that, Mazaru jumps up real quick and like floats her wings over to you, and she looks at it for a minute and she says, fascinating. And then she pulls out a scroll and hands it to you, and she says, here's a rudimentary map of our lands should you ever need to come back. It'll give you an idea of
excellent.
Where to go. You know, she says, our map is a little bit more detailed of our lands because I know it better, but here's ours, and then here's just the world one. She says, good luck to you. She looks at them and she says, now boys, you listen to your sister.
The world one, she says.
Yeah, here, like the entire continent of Pengshun. She says if you
just the continent.
She says if you look up in the corner there is the, she points it out. She says at the very top northeast corner, that is the Kuatoa. I understand you guys were talking about visiting them. She she looks at you and she goes, "People talk, android."
I just when you said world map, I assumed you meant like a map of the whole world. That's where like my brain was like, oh sweet, but no, I got you now. I see.
She says, "Yeah, that's that," and then she says, "Oh, and here's just us, long Z's judo." She says, "You might want to figure out once you're out of sight of me, you might want to figure out a way to learn our language or something. Because I can't guarantee you'll understand us when you get back."
Oh no.
Yeah. It wouldn't hurt to learn your languages, but I can cast tongues, so I'll be okay personally. Everybody else in my group will be, boned.
So, okay. And then she steps back. It's like, "Boys, listen to your sister now. She's more like me than you are." And kind of giggles at that. They're like, "Wait a minute, how do you know that?" She's like, "'Cause we're female."
Oh.
And this entire time, Android, you've been like focusing on Lorethian.
Speaking of which, that might be an inappropriate thing for me to just show up in the ladies' bedroom. Maybe we just show up in the court.
You're discussing that, and your intent is already transferred into the eye of the storm. So you're saying that out loud, like, "Speaking of that, it might be inappropriate, blah, blah, blah." And then all of a sudden you watch as the bottle opens up and a whirlwind of thundercloud and lightning like engulfs you and the entire group, just, and you guys are just carried off in a whirlwind, just up in the air and out.
like in Super Mario when you play the flute.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah, just boom, and you are just shot at breakneck speed across the entire world until you land exactly where you had intended. And that is in the chambers of Yoshi's personal quarters. She is currently butt naked and taking a shower.
She's taking a shit.
She's like, "Android?" No, it takes you to like
Android says floppies.
And floppies. It does take you to you've never actually seen Yoshi's personal quarters. Where it takes you is the last place you did see Yoshi, and that was at the temple where, she's known to hold court. And you are, I mean, the whirlwind lands and it just circles around you guys for a minute and just in this like grand spectacle of lightning and thunder, and then sucks back into the bottle right in your hand. And there's all of you standing there gripping each other's shoulders. Even like you guys feel like freaking yin and yang are about to dislocate your arms.
Yeah.
Because they're gripping you so tightly, and they're like, "What in the abyss?" And there's Yoshi sitting on her throne, as it were, with Tala, and she just kind of jumps and she's like, "Oh, good heavens, what is going on?"
Yeah, sorry. It occurred to me last second that just plopping into your chamber would be inappropriate. I should have used the front door. My apologies. He bows.
She's like, "Android?" She goes, "Oh." She's like, "Well, hello." She's like, "I'm so sorry." She says, "My nerves are a wreck right now, and I just was not." She says, "It's so good to see you."
Yeah, well, we did just kind of barge in, so I understand. It is good to see you as well.
Yeah. You know, for you Golden Wonders at home, Yoshi is an elven, a high elf woman with long brown hair, and she wears like finery that a high elf would wear. But she does wear a pendant that is the badge of Coralon Larethian that she received at the same time that Uquill, Otis, and Android received one, signifying that once upon a time she was one of the Inglorious Few as well. And she's there with her Grove Guardian, Tala, Tala is like a wolf, but this wolf is made completely out of nature. It's wood, grass, that kind of thing. Instead of actual flesh, it is basically a tree that looks like that's in the shape of a wolf. And it is capable, and it's quite large enough that she can ride it. It'll look like, to put it in perspective, a 4-foot tall person like Otis riding Tala would look like a baby is riding on this thing. And yeah, Tala was up on her feet like ready to strike, and when she sees that it's you guys, she's like, I might have figured. And she just goes back to like laying down. She kind of eyes Yin and Yang for a minute and kind of growls a little bit, sort of says under her breath, don't try it. At this point, Yoshi's looking at Yin and Yang as well, and she's like,
Well, allow me to explain. I'm sure you have questions, but I will do my best to answer as many of them as I can. These two are named Yin and Yang. They are the sons of one Mazaru. Just to be clear, they are your half brothers. He kind of scratches his neck. You know?
She says, She says, so, father. She's like, just to be clear, what are they? What? And then she realizes how rude she's being, like she's about to talk about them like they're not even there. And so she questions them. She says, forgive my insults. What are you? And they and they just kind of look confounded for a minute, and they're like, and they explain, they say they're a dragoon, and she naturally asks what a dragoon is, and they kind of just break it down for her what they are. She says, but you're not full dragoon, and they're like, no, we're the sons of Coralon Larethian, and that eventually leaves a sigh from Yoshi. She grabs her pendant and kind of looks off into the distance, and you know she's looking up, and her eyes kind of squint. She says, Loth, and now this Mazaru. Are there any more? Her eyes like shoot to you, Android, as you're trying to speak about this. And she just kind of squints them in your direction, and she says, my father was a good man. He was pure magic. But he had one vice, and I think we're figuring it out.
Well,
a hopeless romantic, some might say. Others might say that he was a gentleman of the night. And with that, she just smiles and looks, and she says, My brothers, then. She says, okay. She says, welcome. I'd be foolish not to welcome you here. I suppose it could be worse. Believe me. She says, and besides, if Father found... Let me put it to you like this. Father has had other dealings with some who did not turn out nearly as good. And if you're with my comrades here, then... And as she's saying that, like, her voice begins to quiver and she starts to, like, well up tears in her eyes, and tears begin to stream down her face, and you guys can feel, like, yin and yang kind of tightening up on your shoulders. Almost to the point where you, like, at least Android and Zoltan, because you're the ones being choked out, basically. Your shoulders are the ones being broken. You guys... Yeah, you guys look up at Yin and Yang, and tears are coming from their eyes too, and they're just like, sister, and they freaking just go, these two massive freaking dragoon just go and pick her up and begin to just like hand her back and forth to them like she's nothing but a doll, just squeezing her to death, you know. Tall is like getting up like she wants to fight, but Yoshi's kind of motioning to her like, no, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, but that's that's what's happening. Zoltan and Android, you guys, your shoulders are now free.
Oh, thank freaking Lorethian.
Solar looks at you guys and he's just like, well, do we just go back now, or?
Well, it might be rude to just leave and say nothing, so Android's gonna turn and be like, I hate to just drop in like this and take off, but do you mind looking after these two for a while?
She's like sitting there getting squeezed, and she's like, I'll look after them as long as you want. They're my family, my kin. I still have to introduce them to our other brother, and they're like, other brother? You know, just...
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, he's not what you think. She's like, put me down, put me down. They just like set her down. And when she does, they just stand. She's like, some things have happened here, Android, since you've been gone that I should inform you about.
Okay.
And she walks over to, you know, the entranceway to the temple, and she kind of motions down to it for all three of you to look. You know, Zoltan, Otis, and Android. As you guys look at what she's motioning down the stone pathway down into Lorethian as a whole, and down there you can see armor-clad drow walking around. And she says that she says we had a bit of a civil war. Some of the wolf lords have left Lorethian. They went to the temple of my father and have set up shop there in the Giant Hills, claiming a small chunk of land, and they now call themselves High Lorethian. Says they took all the Grove Defiant with them. Or not Grove Defiant, but the Wolf Defiant with them. And the champions of Lorethian. Of course, Kelm is still here. And Alicia is still here. Trask and Badger are still here, and Kitra and Tomac, but they're not all, none of them are high elves. They're either half elves or wood elves. they have set up a place for all high elves to go and live at. They were going to perform a coup here, and I had to make a deal with my brother, Farun, and we now have the Drow contingent to boost our numbers to keep them from trying to come back.
So what exactly is the beef?
Well, you know, Oliver, when she says Oliver, to jog your memory a little bit, Oliver Oak is one of the Wolf Lords, you know, one of the elves who has a dire wolf, a special dire wolf that is his companion. You know, like Corlon Lorethian had Lasher or Lash, right, and so on and so forth. Well, the last time you guys were here, Oliver is the one that was giving you guys the hardest time because it never quite sat right with Oliver what happened to Kale, the one who had beefs with you guys previously but died at the hands of Lucchese, you know?
Whole crossbow boy.
Yeah. Who, I mean, if we're being fair about this, realized what your guys' purpose were before he died.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he was cool before he died.
But he never had a chance to pass that on. And Oliver, being a high elf and not believing in the Inglorious Few, has basically adopted the principles of Kale originally and has decided that, you know, we lost Kale because of you. We lost Corlon Lorethian because of you. You know what I mean? You guys have brought us nothing but trouble, and then they lost Yarman because of you. You know what I mean? Like, because Yarman was kind of a big deal amongst them, you know? So, because he's one of the champions of Corlon, you know? So he's, his sister, Olesia, who is another one of the not Grove. I keep wanting to say that. Wolf Lords. All the high elf ones have left. Wahana and Tracker and Olesia and Oliver all left and formed High Lorethian. They wanted to just take Lorethian, and Yoshi explains this. She says, but if it hadn't been for the Drow and then those orc, and she just kind of shakes her head a little bit. She's like, you should have seen it, Android. Like, it was the
groom shorts, huh?
She's like, as she's talking, she's like, Android, Zoltan, and then she looks and sees Otis and goes, and then she just looks shocked.
Oh, and at that moment, Android realizes, he's like, right, of course. I'm so sorry. Otis is back. How could I be so foolish?
She just like pushes past you, Android. She looks like she's in a dream, and she kneels down and she looks at you, Otis, and she's like, are you okay?
Define okay.
She's like, I know. Like, let's just say without saying, I've had conversations with some who are in the know about your situation and what your situation was. And I want you to know I cried myself to sleep every night thinking to myself for the longest time, out of everyone, why Otis?
Because I was the dumb one who made a deal?
She's like, she goes, you're no more, you did that to protect us. She's like, that's not stupid. That's good-natured. She kind of looks around at the group and she goes, it appears that the dumb one's not with us anymore. She's like, speaking of which, where did he run off to?
Well, Uquil is
I'll kill a hooker.
She says he's in the underworld now.
We gotta go pick him up.
Says, well, perhaps we can help with that. She stands up and just pats you on the arm, Otis, and she's like, good. She says, Yeah, so you should have seen it though. It even with the numbers boosted, I don't know how they did it, but they made a deal with a dryad. And the dryad came with numbers.
Whoa.
Apparently they knew they were imported in a sense. Their seeds were imported all the way from our homeland, our home continent of Emerald, straight from our homeland, the Aethar Forest. And they were planted and they came in numbers. If it hadn't been for those orc, they called themselves the 13th Brigade, in honor of the 13 that Yarman saved that.
Nice.
And they showed up, Kitra left, and we had thought she had abandoned us. And when she returned with the 13th Brigade. And I have never seen such savagery. They chopped through them dryads like they were cutting down trees, and they did it with glee. Her voice like chokes up. She's like, I don't know if Mother will ever forgive me for such a thing. But we had to win. And she like holds out her hand, Android, and she tries to cast her druidic magic, and it fizzles up and dies on the vine.
Oh.
She says, I'm weakening and I don't know how much I have left in me. And if it hadn't been for people like Kilm who was willing to go to bat to protect my secret, I don't know what we would have done. But that's it in a nutshell.
Well, it's not good.
Because honestly, the drow ain't so bad, and the 13th Brigade went home as soon as they weren't needed no more. They just let me know that if we ever need help again, in honor of their hero, that's what they call Yarman over there. Did you know that in Luthic?
Yeah.
In Groomshire, in the city of Groomshire.
I'm such a thing, but I mean, you should have seen him.
She's like, yeah, it's something. In their capital city, Groomshire, they've got a statue built to him. He's known as Yarman, the savior of Luthic. Said he fought off so many devils in one go.
That he did.
She's like, it's kind of condescending. They say he fought like an orc that day.
Ain't that some shit? Well, good for them.
Yeah. Like, anyways, the drow aren't so bad. They don't get in the way, and they're they left us a liaison, a drow girl, a half drow girl by the name of Shyla or something.
You're lying to me.
She's like, no, she's nice enough. She's got a scar on her cheek or something. So I asked her one time where she got it, and she said, "Oh, because I dare." What'd she say to me? Something really melodramatic, even for me. Something about because I dare to love or something. I don't know.
Oh man.
But Farrun, he was not. Yeah, she said Farrun is just not having her and her ways anymore. So he left her here as a liaison. We can go speak with her about going to the underworld and finding you and Agaragis, because I don't see them. So I'm assuming, unless Agaragis is dead, did Agaragis die?
No, Agaragis lives.
Oh my fucking Joey's.
That's kind of kind of the thing. I don't know if you noticed, but Zoltan's missing the time frame, and that's because of Agaricus, and Uquil and I went chasing after them, and it turned into a whole thing. Uquil was able to keep up, and I got kind of bodied. So, and, you know, as usual, the typical Android shit to get bodied. But yeah.
Says, okay, I don't know what the time frame is.
Oh, that
She
was
says,
the
but
hourglass that was in his chest.
She looks and like opens up your shirt, Zoltan, and then looks at you.
Whoa!
She's like, what happened to your hourglass? It's like, how did you let that happen? Whoa!
First
Well,
and foremost, I'm married. Secondly, the fucking shroom managed to steal it from me when I got knocked out.
She says, I see. Well, she says, well, okay. She says, do you plan on getting it back?
Most definitely.
She says, well, okay, well, then get it back. She goes, I sensed a lot of magic coming off of that, or a lot of power, anyways, coming off that thing. I don't know if that is good just floating around. I mean, FYI. It's like you might not want to lose it again.
I'll try not to.
She says, right. Okay. This causes a snicker to leave like Tala's lips a little bit. She's just like, pfft. I don't know how this group just keeps picking up that kind. Yoshi just kind of motions for her like, Tala. It's about this time Yin and Yang step forward and they do their best to recount everything that's happened that Yoshi has told you. But because they don't really know any of the people or places or things they're talking about, it just sounds absolutely ridiculous. They're like, oh, and the one guy hit the other guy, and then there's a guy who's friends with something called Orc, you know, and the other one's just like correcting him. He's like, no, they're called 13th Orc or something, you know, and they're just kind of arguing. But at the very end there, the one thing they get right is you're weak, you're weakened, and your kingdom's in danger. And so they get down on, like, they both like kneel down on one knee and they're like, don't worry, sister. You now have us to guard your life. And that's when Tala like leans up her head and she's just like, no, ain't that something? What am I, chopped liver?
We just got some help.
Nah, she chopped liver.
She looks at you. When you say that to her, Android, she looks at you and she goes, oh, now you don't have a problem with me being able to talk.
Yeah, I've grown used to it. Is that a crime?
Just puts her head down. She's like, these guys just... they both...
You could always talk, couldn't you?
She's like, yes, I could always talk.
That's what I thought.
Yin and Yang like stand up and they're like, sister, if you're going to take them to meet this, and they're like, Drow. Yeah, we know Drow. You got Drow here too? I'm so sorry. She's like, you might want to hold those opinions about Drow until you meet your brother. And then she says, yes, we're gonna go speak with Shyla and see if she can't help you guys get in contact with Lord Varun and find Uquil and Agaricus then.
Wait, was Shyla the one that got pimp slapped by him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
She's the one that had the wild night with you, Quill, that got her hurt.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then he's like,
Holla at your boy! Yeah.
the wall and was like,
When he also got his whole armor set stolen.
Shut your whore mouth.
Yeah. Yep.
Shut your
He
whore mouth.
got his whole armor set stolen as a result of it.
I got those cheeks though. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Priority.
He got his whole armor set stolen. Yes. He
And I got that whole ass too.
he went and did
In them guts.
he went to the Lotus Den, did the purple lotus, then freaking
he got the whole ass, but not of his armor set.
Yeah.
and
Got
then,
the armor back though.
yeah. That
Sometimes it's a little crazy, you know. Pussy can do wild things to a man.
You get robbed, usual stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny too, because that Agaragis got kidnapped too. That's what's so funny. Like while you Quill's armor was getting stolen, Agaragis was getting kidnapped, and both ended up in the same location. Yeah, you guys kind of got done dirty while you were there the last time. The whole thing was just kind of a wrecked ordeal.
Yeah, it was not a.
And you made
exactly kosher.
Yeah, and you made a new enemy in Karabak Aharok. So.
Oh yes.
Mhm.
Forgot about him.
Yep. The Debonair Illithid. So, I believe that's where we're going to end tonight's session. With Yoshi taking you guys to talk with Shyla, and you, Quill, and Agaragis being led by the lost Myconid to wherever they're going. Somewhere. You guys are headed somewhere, and we will find out.
On the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. So, I created some artwork for some of this. Some of it I didn't, but some of it I did. Just trying to get better at this. And, yeah. So, for you Golden Wonders at home, I don't know if... Yeah, this is kind of like the bad place to say this, but yeah, I'm gonna try and do a lot more visuals on here. So some of this art I will share, some of it probably not, just because it's done by other people, and I don't like to feel like I'm using other people's intellectual properties for my own gain. Just that don't feel right to me. So some of it I'll use and some of it I won't. Yeah. But you guys might be interested in, you the party might be interested in at least watching the opening sequence of tonight's session, because something I was going to surprise you guys with at the end, but I realize if I don't tell you, you might not know. And I've shown each and every one of you your individual pictures and the group's pictures, but I'm actually going to, from here on out, when we're doing your introductions, I'm going to have your character pictures on screen so people get to see an idea of what your characters look like. You know, that's why I was so particular about coming to each one of you and making sure whatever it is I made, you liked. Because I want the representation to be as accurate to how you feel about it as possible. Except you, Agaragis, because yours is perfect, and there's no reason why you should ever dislike it. But regardless of that, I mean, look at it, right? Am I wrong? Everybody who looks at Agaragis' character picture, look at it right now and tell me, is that not Agaragis, or is that not Agaragis? But I think we all have felt that way. Like, we all kind of saw something similar to that in our minds. So, but with that said, yeah, I want to thank you Golden Wonders for joining us for yet another session of Adventures in Loxos. I want to thank you, them old school gamers, the group, for having me back yet again to DM yet another session for you. It really is an honor, y'all. It really is. I couldn't ask for a better group. You guys put up with a lot from me, and I put you in situations. I think Uquill said it best tonight when he said, I think I just want to kill everything involved right now. I think I just want to kill everything involved. But I do that. I kind of I low-key torture you guys a lot, and that's because you're writing a story. I've created a narrative, but you guys are writing that narrative, and I've got to have some fun out of this, and I think and I'm a straight up masochist, so so making you guys squirm a little bit is just fun for me. I love
masochism, self-inflicted, or am I?
Oh, maybe. I have no idea, actually. I was thinking, you know what made me think about the word masochist, and it wasn't the definition of it. I could be wrong. It was the movie Kill Bill. When he said, "This is me at my most masochistic." So it could be self-inflicted because before he
like sadomasochist was against other people, but I might be misdefining.
Well, the reason why he's saying,
yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm a sadist. Let's put it like that. I'm a sadist. If we're not sure about masochist, let's just say that, because sadist, everybody knows. But yeah, in that scene in Kill Bill, yeah, when he says, "This is me at my most masochistic," and then he pops her, he might actually be saying, when he says masochistic, he's saying this is hurting me more than it's hurting you, which is kind of like, that's a pretty dirty thing to say to somebody before you pop a round off in their forehead. You know what I mean? Like, I don't believe you. I believe this is hurting me more than it's you, actually. Yeah, but yeah, with that said, I love you all. I love all of you at home. I love all of you in this game. I need you all to remember that. And yeah, y'all come back now. Stay golden.